easy to answer.
Shows you right away. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much. I think we can get seated right about now as we commence this event. To kick us off, I'll just allow the 4 Point security team just do a very quick briefing on all the security measures we need to take in place today. And we will kickstart the conference afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm Philip Oganekwarobo. I'm the security supervisor, AM shift. To start with, I would like to inform us that we will not be testing our fire alarm system today. Thus, if we hear any alarm in this hall, let's listen, because an instruction will be passed via the loudspeakers in this hall to let us know if the alarm is real or if it is false. In the event of emergency, we should not use the lift. There are staircases that lead us to the ground floor and where we gather at the muster point for our guests at the flag area. Please, if we notice any person that is not supposed to be part of this event, there's an officer on this floor that we should just report such persons to. And our items, phones, laptops, and other valuables, we should ensure they are safe. If we are using the restroom and we go there with our phones, we should ensure that they are not placed on top of the sink. If possible, we should keep them in our person. Because there are these chances that when we are leaving the restroom, we forget such items. And the next person that walks in picks up this item. It has always been very difficult for us to locate such items. We have trash cans around in case we need to trash any item. And also the restroom is just by the side of the brasserie restaurant. Straight up for female and the last door on your right for male. If there's any question, anything you need more clarification upon, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Philip. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Your good morning sounds like you didn't have breakfast. Good morning. Your good morning sounds like you're in traffic. Good morning. Thank you. You're welcome to the 2025 Social Innovators Programs and Awards. To start off this conference today, we will take the national anthem. So please, do you mind standing up as we sing the national anthem? I think the first stanza will be displayed on the screen for us to sing it. All right, so I'll allow the technical team to cue that in. I wanted to say we should do it a cappella, but I know many of us have not recited. We don't know it. Beautiful. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You may have your seat. Thank you very much. Yes, if you want to clap for Nigeria, you can clap. Thank you. Distinguished guests, innovators, change makers, ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to the 2025 Social Innovators Program and Awards. Can you put your hands together for yourselves? We're live here at the 4 Points by Sheraton in VI Lagos, and we're thrilled to have you with us on this beautiful Tuesday morning. Today is not just a gathering, it's a convergence of minds, and our theme for this year is Africa as the sector, maximizing possibilities through technology, finance, and policy. And over the next few hours, we'll explore how we move from potential to power and how we can leverage tools and policies to transform our continent, Africa. So let us embrace this opportunity to learn, to connect, to network, to have conversations, meet the people on your table, have conversations, listen, ask questions, as we believe this is going to be a remarkable experience for everyone seated in the room. But before we start, I want to just look at the person sitting close to you and just say a very big welcome to them. If you don't mind, you can tell them your name if you've not introduced yourself yet. Tell them your name, where you work, what you do, what you're looking forward to. Fantastic. What are you looking forward to? Meet them because they're going to be your friends on this journey as we go through the day. All right, thank you very much. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you. My name is Daniel Emenao, and I have the absolute honor to be your host for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick us off today on this event, can I get your attention, please? Thank you. To set the tone for today, we need to understand why we're here, why the gathering. Leap Africa has been doing this conference or this event for years now, and we want to learn more about why we're here, learn more about the Social Innovators Program. So, ladies and gentlemen, to give us the opening remarks, please welcome the Executive Director of Leap Africa, Kehinde Ayeni. Put your hands together for her, please, as she comes up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. Dear distinguished guests, partners, and colleagues, I welcome you to the 12th Annual Social Innovators Program and Awards. Thank you. I'm really glad that you could join us this morning at this year's convening. But I want to start with an acknowledgement of Leap Africa's board chair, Mrs. Claire Omasheye, who is the managing director of JNC International, who flew back last night just to be in this room with us. Thank you so much, Mrs. Omasheye. So grateful. For those of you joining us for the first time, Leap Africa is a youth development nonprofit organization that is driving an inclusive and thriving Africa built through dynamic, innovative, and ethical youth leaders. Our interventions in youth development focus on the most strategic areas to achieve personal and community transformation, social economic transitions, and to build a strong and democratic nation. But why are we here? World leaders and international communities have recognized the vitality of young people globally. Their energy, creativity is channeled towards strengthening communities and economies and transforming their countries. Consistently, young people have increased participation in national issues and are adding values to lives through social development projects. To be clear, these are determined young people leading change efforts and positively transforming and improving the lives of people in their communities despite the premise of our year-long accelerator to work with social change makers across the 17 development goals with the long-term outcome to support them to be sustainable, scalable, and investment ready. And the awards convening to examine critical areas that will create an enabling environment for these innovators. Today is no exception. The outcomes, by the end of the day, is to secure your commitments for the social entrepreneurial ecosystem in Nigeria and beyond. And two, drive open conversation on the best approach and foster a deeper community of key stakeholders advancing local philanthropy capacity building, and business development support, among other services. And the third outcome for us would be to make resources available to individuals, communities and groups, organizations, and institutions. Today for you, we have an impressive lineup of speakers and moderators from Africa, Europe, and Americas who will share insights into their work and perspectives through the focus of the theme. We hope that the discussion today will trigger and engender solutions to some of these Africa's issues. We also hope we inspire thousands today or millions who will be impacted by our decisions today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please can you please together one more time for Omokengi, Executive Director of Africa. Thank you very much for that remark. So we're going to turn our attention to the screen right about now, but just want to ask, how many CEPAs have you been to in the room? This is the 12th CEPA. Let me see, out of 12, how many have been to, say, 2? Fantastic, 3? Let me see the old days. 4? I've been to 4 CEPA myself. I was in CEPA in 2016 in Akwa Ibom, 2017 in Enugu, and I did 2 Lagos. No, I've been to about 6 CEPAs. Clap for me. I think I'm good. All right, thank you. Well, yeah, this just recognizes the importance of bringing social innovators together and celebrating the work that they do across the various sustainable development goals. And Leap Africa has been at the forefront of that for 12 years, and that's something to celebrate. So thank you so much, Leap Africa, and thank you for everyone that has worked together to do this. We're going to watch a very quick video that talks about the state of social entrepreneurship. The video is a summary of the state of social entrepreneurship in Africa, and it comprises 10 years of learning from the Leap Africa's Innovators program. And over the next few minutes, we'll walk through what has inspired this work, what we've learned, and what comes next. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of social entrepreneurship in Africa. Thank you.
Welcome. Today we share a chat on exploring the matters leading to Africa, shaping its future. This is the state of social entrepreneurship in Africa. A summary of 10 years of learning, Africa's Social Innovators Program. Over the next few years, so we'll inspire this work. What is next? Imagine that it's something sustainable organizations. That is the vision behind every part of its shown. That is context, only the financial. Things are similar. In Africa, the largest share of social in that contrast, additional systems from people step solutions built. The social innovators program, with 200 social innovators across 14 countries, champion of the 7 billion revenue, reach more than 12 million beneficiaries. These numbers are evidence of potential turning in practice. In 2024, we converted the whole study to be directly challenge and systems. Respondents are youthful back 26 and 35, 64% of enterprise, 96% minority. People with disabilities and intelligence showing them tuning on to even facilitate programs. These insights remind us that talent and innovation sit across the continent and are connected to keep expanding access and opportunity. Just social impact businesses with other structured individuals, corporates, or charities. Since competing with 24 enterprises, it's done and created over 800 jobs across 15 countries. We have adopted finance policies and strengthened governance and started tracking on that. 7 of the banks has significant funding for diversified space. Sure, the program expanded international to organizational credibility. The SIP shows improved usability and expansion into new territories. Some now trade in Africa, reaching Europe and the Americas. Others case study it follows in scope to measures, practical skills, knowledge, education, and systems. Journey major obstacles. Systems consistently name corruption, economic instability, and limited access to funding as major impediments. Other issues include system talent gap, successful with policy environments, and short-term funding strategies. These are not small problems, but they are addressable with the right active steps. Social entrepreneurs can look at governments will shape policy and tax frameworks for the neighborhood. Investors are grant applications processes and partner payments, not just for receiving people. Incubators and accelerators must provide post-production support. Education providing teach skills. When these actors work in concert, seed of innovation grows into sustainable change. From the evidence, we suggest practical steps. Build stronger leadership networks and post-production support. Prioritize both impact readiness and investment readiness. Create funding and simplify application procedures. Strengthening the management, capture them, and resilience. Further, integrate social entrepreneurship into curriculum, supporting open access and financial partnerships with industry and civil society. Encourage funding to use technology to create unified data across regions. As we close, remember that social entrepreneurship is not a sideline. It is central to the applicant. It takes years to reach the goals. It's important to lead transformation. If you're a policymaker, founder, educator, join this. Successes to sustaining change. Thank you for listening, standing with the search of innovators who are shaping a shared future.
Thank you. Social innovation is not just a sideline, it's an important factor in shaping the next Africa. I don't know if the report is ready, but just look out for that when it's ready for you to deep dive into the state of social entrepreneurship in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, to take us further on this event today, please let us welcome for the welcome, or I would say welcome address, the board chair lead for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Claire Omaseye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can do better than that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So let me start by first welcoming each and every one of us today to this 12th SIPA Awards. Are we all happy? I mean, I listened and I think I got into a session this morning that I wasn't supposed to be in, but I realized that learning is a continuum. How many of us thought that the breakfast session this morning was just simply amazing? Let's give Leap Africa a round of applause. So on behalf of the board of Leap Africa, let me formally welcome each and every one of you for being here. It is a pleasure to be here and to take you through what's going to happen today. As you've heard so far, for over a decade, Leap Africa has been doing this convening, not only to be a beacon of hope and possibility, but also to make a difference and to celebrate Africa's most exceptional and innovative innovators. In this room, I can see today many people who fit into that category. It is also an opportunity for us to bring together policymakers, thought leaders, investors and funders, all together in one room so that we can together shape our continent. We're not just going to applaud innovation today, but we want to be able to ignite a vision for our continent, to transform us, to leapfrog us, and to take us to the next level. This year, we dared to be bold, and I'm sure you've seen the theme of the conference, Africa as the sector, maximizing possibilities through technology, finance, and policy. Just imagine an Africa that operates as one unified sector, not as a fragmented continent with entrepreneurs, with businesses, all thinking in silos. We need to leverage on every person, every progress that's being made so that we have sustainability, that we have stability, that we have the ability to change our environment and command global influence. The African continent is rising. You in this room are going to make it rise even further. This is not for us a distant dream, but this is a possibility that we all must grasp. It demands for us to shift the way we think, what I would describe as a paradigm shift from the normal. In this room today, we have not just the innovators, but we have stakeholders that we can together make a difference across our continent. To be able to unlock this future, we have said there were three major critical drivers: technology, finance, and policy. Technology to be able to break down the barriers, to scale our solutions beyond our current borders. Finance as the blood to unlock innovation and to think just away from philanthropy, but about sustainable impact and investment. And of course, policy to unlock the potentials of the private sector, to have an enabling environment in which we can thrive. We just heard about the report and some of the challenges that affect us, and policy, inconsistent government policies across the continent are top of that. Of course, access to finance and so on and so forth. But we need to be able to have a more flexible, inclusive, and trackable policy framework that does enable and unlock our potentials. And of course, is also in line with the Sustainable Development Goals to build an equitable future. The future of our continent, Africa, is intertwined. It calls for a strong alignment, not only of the private sector ambition, but also to ensure we align with the public good. For some of us, it means to go from success to significance. For some of us, is to find what success means. It is and calls for bold partnerships. It also is a platform for collaboration. I dare say that collaboration is the new innovation. So in this room, we will collaborate. We will do things differently. In short, we need tripartite collaboration. It's not just a desire, but it is imminent. The time is now for Africa, is it not? So at Leap Africa, we are very proud that with the many milestones we've achieved on this platform over the last 12 years. But let me just say, Leap Africa could not have done it by ourselves. We did it because we had strategic partners. We've had people who think with their heart and think with their head. We have started a movement, but we need everyone to be on this train. It has taken a commitment of visionary partners to help us to get this, not only to believe in us, but to support the dreams and aspirations of the many innovators in this room. Africa's greatest resource is our people, and innovation is the engine of transformation. So as we convene today in this 12th CEPA, let us remember that this is a culmination of a journey, but it is the beginning of a new chapter for each and every one of us. We are going today to reposition our continent, reposition Nigeria, reposition Africa as a global force, not just as a collection of fragmented sectors, but as the sector that will drive global progress. So as we sit back today, I ask each and every one of you to absorb what you learn, but please, let's make it as interactive as possible. Ask those brilliant questions. No question is silly. Ask the questions of our facilitators. Ensure that you absorb what each of the panels does, and let's together make our continent the best place to be. The power of collaboration and innovation is in your hands. We can do it. Yes, we can. Thank you.
One more time, hands together for Claire. I must say for that very, very inspiring speech. Collaboration is a new innovation, and innovation is the engine of transformation. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. One more time, put this together for her. Thank you. We're going to go straight into some goodwill remarks. As you would know, CEPA is built on collaboration, and we're honored to have partners here who are shaping the landscape of social innovation in the room. And I would like to invite them up to give goodwill remarks as we go on this CEPA awards. The first not least, please, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the chapter head of the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kawina. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Oh, we're good here. How are we doing today? How's everyone at the back doing? Great. Are you sure? You don't sound it. How are we doing? Okay, I'll take it. All right, so I would first of all like to begin by recognizing who is in the room. How many of us here are entrepreneurs? Hands up. Okay, we have a lot of entrepreneurs. How many of us here are stakeholders, ecosystem builders, partners? Okay, this is a good balance. This is a good balance. So I would like to start off again by recognizing all the partners, the funders, the innovators, leaders, and entrepreneurs in the room, and also by celebrating the Leap Africa team, because what they've done today and over the past 12 years is phenomenal. So a round of applause for the Leap Africa team, please. The intentional design throughout today's agenda is one that we're so proud to have supported as strategic partners in today's event. And personally, I'm truly in awe of the team. The numerous calls, the numerous messages, the back and forth, it's been really, really impressive watching how dedicated they are to the ecosystem. And we're so happy to be here. This year's theme, Africa as the Sector, is very timely. Across the continent, technology, finance, and policy are no longer operating as separate worlds anymore. As Claire mentioned, it's no longer as fragmented. We're actually looking at it through a unified lens, which is quite encouraging and quite exciting. And this lens is one that we're looking through to build the growing economies and continue to shape them. The Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, ANDE for short, because it's a mouthful, we are in the space that is working on this every single day. We support organizations that support entrepreneurs. So we strengthen the ecosystem through research, capacity building, impact measurements, investor management trainings, and so on. And this alignment is why we're so honored to be part of CEPA today. Andy's work on the continent stretches across East, West, and South Africa. So it connects the global chapters as well as the Latin American, Asian, and our DC office. In the past few weeks, we've been in Accra, we've been in Tamale, we've been in, where else have we been? We've been in Abidjan soon as well. And we've seen that across the African continent, there's this same common lens of encouraging ourselves to continue to push forward and be resilient. But at the same time, we need a lot more support. The ESOs, the investors, the ecosystem actors, we need a lot more support when it comes to unifying ourselves, which is why today we're really excited that today is not just a Anglophone, but also a Francophone event. Now, we've seen the impact of these connections you've made over and over again. And my joke is that we work in adult matchmaking. Only thing is that it doesn't end in a dinner date, it ends more in ecosystem building and more access to finance. So we're looking forward to 2026. We're looking forward to an exciting year. We're looking forward to more conferences where we're not just connecting and speaking, but also taking it forward and being able to connect the dots to scale to make it sustainable beyond this room. So once again, congratulations, the Leap Africa team. We're really proud to call this organization an ANDE member. I'm looking forward to today being extremely impactful. I would encourage us to take hold of what we have today, ask the questions, make the connections, take it forward, follow up with actionable steps, not just, it was nice to meet you, but actually go forward and plan towards 2026. So thank you once again, and looking forward to a successful event.
Thank you very much, Karina. We have also another set of goodwill remarks. Please let's welcome to Chukwu Ezioko, is the Regional Director of West Africa, Africa Ventures Philanthropy Alliance. Put your hands together for Chukwu, please, as it comes up. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm not sure if you know, but the strongest material on earth is what I call the existing protocol, because everybody stands on it, and I've never heard that it breaks. I thought that's a place for the Gen Zs to say, don't leave me. Right, the chairman of the board, Leap Africa, the ever elegant Claire Marshall, the executive director of Leap Africa, and I borrow you sensational, Kende Ayeni. You can see cameras, so members of the press. This is so that anybody can feel free to stand with this protocol going forward. Our distinguished speakers and guests,
ladies and gentlemen. To you, and I'm happy to be here. Always happy to be in the midst of good partners. I'm telling you to come and give a good message. It's a respectful way of saying don't try to spend more than 3 minutes there. So I don't have a speech. I just have one or two things to tell you. So I represent an organization called AVPA, System Builder. We're a Pan-African network of social investors. And our job is to collaborate and build the capacity of investors on the continent to be able to unlock more and more capital towards social investment. So all of the work that you guys do in the entrepreneurial and innovation ecosystems, our own job is to make sure that we're bridging the sustainable development financing gap and moving more and more capital to those ecosystems on a consistent and sustainable basis. Thank you. Right. So if the work is go to Africa. I'm sure that at some point in this program you'd meet my colleagues. I think Jal or Childu or both of them will be in the room. Just one piece of statistic to share with you. I think according to the latest GDP estimates, Africa has a GDP of $2.8 trillion. Now that may make sense, except you do maybe some comparison. The equivalent of that for companies is their market capitalization, right? So think about 3 companies I can share with you. One of them is NVIDIA, if you are familiar. The market capitalization of NVIDIA is $4.8 trillion. This is nearly double the GDP of Africa. It's just an AI company. I'll give you another one. The market capitalization of Apple, people selling us this thing, is $4 trillion. The market capitalization, which is the equivalent of GDP for them, of Microsoft is $2.8 trillion. The market capitalization of Africa is $2.8 trillion. Now, I'm not a guest speaker, I don't know anything. But surely that statistic must say something to you, right? Is there room for a lot of innovation? Is there a lot of productivity on the table that is left untapped, unmined? Is there room for technology? Is there a lot more role capital can play? I think the fantastic speakers will have answers. And the job is done. I just want to leave with some words. There are 12 months in a year, according to the lunar calendar. There are 12 zodiac signs for those of you who take note. The Western and the Chinese cycles. There are 12 Olympian gods in Greek mythology. There are 12 apostles in Christianity. There are 12 imams in Shia Islam. There are 12 tribes of Israel in Judaism. And this is a personal favorite. There are 12 days of Christmas, according to Europeans. And it's the 12th Sipa. I want to congratulate you. I wish you a very useful deliberation as we go along. Thank you very much.
Put the rest together for Tochiko, please. Thank you. I was thinking of the 12th something else to say, but I can't remember. But thank you so much for that very insightful speech. We have a very special guest too, but joining us virtually, he is the CEO of Kenya Climate Ventures, Nairobi, Kenya, putting this together for Victor Indiege. Okay, so not available at the moment, so we'll just kick it off for the next good webinar. The CEO of Impact Investors Foundation, IIF. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chizoba Ada Emmanuel,
our Kaisian to take us on a goodwill message.
Hello, everyone. You tried. You're the first person calling my name without almost breaking his jaw. And it's Awake Essien, Awake Essien. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's actually my first SIPA. Yeah. And it's exciting to be here. My brother has helped me. Thank you so much. So I am standing on the protocol that he has established, and I am so sure it's not going to break. But before I go on, I would like to, I'm standing here on behalf of my CEO, Mr. Temore Glover, who is part of the Leap Africa family. She would have been here, so, we're extending our sincere apologies. She's unavoidably absent, but you can be rest assured that her heart and her spirit is here with us all. So with that being said, it's an honor for me to be here today at my first SIPA, a platform that has become synonymous with courage, creativity, and relentless pursuit of change. Every year, this gathering reminds us that Africa's greatest wealth is not in minerals, not foreign capital, not even in infrastructure, but in its people. It is the spirit, the resilience, the vision of the innovators who are here to accept that challenges they see around them must be permanent. We must today, at a defining moment in Africa's development journey. It's the continent we see and witnessing a new generation stepping forward, a generation is not content with diagnosing problems, committed to design solutions. A generation that is updated solutions. It's not abstract idea. It is a vision, investable, and scalable engine for progress. At RIF, Impact Versus Foundation, we work exposing of Africa's story, the systemic gaps that slow us down, and the extraordinary accelerate us forward. I can say with confidence, the social innovators in this room today represent the powerful economic motive. You don't just fill gaps and building markets. You strengthen and expand opportunity, shaping systems that reflect Africa we aspire to build. Makes SIPA unique and profoundly important is that it does think more than spotlighting talents that we see here. It nurtures it. It builds structure around passion. It equips young leaders with the skills, networks, strategic clarity required to transform brilliant ideas into sustainable, investable enterprises. This is the kind of pipeline Africa must continue to build if we're serious about unlocking inclusive development. But let me be candid. Social innovation cannot scale on goodwill alone. Passion is the spark. Capital is the fuel. Accountability is the engine. Data is the compass. And partners, funders, policymakers, private sector leaders, we must match the energy of these innovators with the enabling environment they deserve. If we want to see transformation, we must finance it. If we want growth, we must de-risk it. If we want systems to change, we must commit to long-term support. This is not charity, it's not strategy, it's nation building. Let me close with this. Africa's story is still being written, and authors of the next chapter are sitting here today. Innovators, leaders, partners, institutions, believers. SIPA is a reminder that we do not need to wait for global validation. We do not need external validation to build. Everything we need to transform this continent already exists within us. We simply need to align it, invest in it, and amplify it. To Leap Africa, thank you for your unwavering commitment to leadership and innovation. To innovators here, thank you for choosing courage over comfort. And to every partner and stakeholder in this room, thank you for investing your time, your capital, and your belief in Africa's future. Let's continue to collaborate boldly, think expansively, and act decisively, because the Africa that we want will not emerge by chance. It will be built by us. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Chizoba. We can see and put your hands together for that very insightful, goodwill remarks. Africa's future is still being written, and the authors are in this room. If you're an author of Africa's future, can I see your hand? If you're an author, some people at the back, are you with us? Can I see your hand? Or are you the publisher? Since we're in front of the author. But thank you, Chizoba, for that. So we're having conversations. I want you to not just listen in, but take out some insights that you can use for your businesses and even use to engage others not in the room today, because we're talking about Africa as the sector, the intersection between technology, finance, policies, and how we can maximize this different tool to take Africa to where it should be. We have another series of insights that we'll be listening to right about now. Is a series of short, quick, we call them speed talks. And I will be inviting some very incredible speakers to give us some speed talk on the same theme, Africa as the future. And I'd like you to pay attention, to listen, and take up insights from there as well. And when you registered, we gave every one of you a number, right? And we'll have raffle draws and we have prizes to be won. So later on, I'm going to call those numbers. I'm going to pick those numbers, right? And we'll give out some gifts. But to take us further on this speed talk, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not too busy, let's welcome from Echo Platform, Samuel Efosa Austin. The louder you clap, the faster it comes. Beautiful.
Hey, everyone. Good morning. How's it going? Cool. Okay. I took some notes while I got here because all the other speakers that spoke were speaking about what I was going to talk about today. And I'm so I'll sound like a bit of a pastor, but I'll also stand on the existing protocol to share my thoughts today. And I think that I want everyone to just really pay strong attention to what I want to share here today, because this can be the redefining of the next 20 years in Africa. One of the first things that touched me as I listened today was the GDP of Africa in comparison to other tech companies. And if anybody knows me and you've ever met me before, you would know that I tell you that I moved back to Africa to reinvent GDP. Does everybody agree that we shouldn't use GDP to measure Africa anymore? If you do, please join me. Like four people. Welcome me now, guys. I like it. I'm sure Lady Omote, she said we should just make this interactive. So I didn't want to leave it like that. So I said, let me do that. I only saw 3 hands. They're like, how are we going to do that? Are you sure it's possible? Okay, right. I did write a speech, so I'm just going to read from it, and maybe you help everyone, and you also keep me in time, because if you leave me here, I might just take the whole day. Anyway, Africa is not just a continent. It is the world's most powerful unrealized data engine. Every village, every street, every market stalls generate intelligence, creativity, and boundless value. Yet for decades, we've measured Africa's potentials with tools that blind us. GDP tells us how much we produce, but not who we are becoming. It measures our transaction, not transformation. Africa's real economy, which is the informal sector, the communal sector, the profoundly creative like Burna Boy and the rest, exists beyond the margins of what the traditional data system can capture. How many people think we can capture Afrobeats on GDP? Okay. And what is unmeasured is always undervalued. I say this to my partner all the time. I tell her, do you see me properly so you can measure the value of who I am? So what is the challenge? The tragedy is not that Africa lacks innovation. It is our innovation that is invisible. Our data is fragmented, unverified, and tragically disconnected from the system that drive national policy and investments. We see policymakers planning in the dark. Investors rely on outdated assumptions. Communities rich in intelligence are impoverished by their lack of visibility. We've built economies on imported measurements, not on indigenous intelligence. This must end. The future belongs to those who can turn citizen data into civic power and civic power into economic capital. That is how Africa moves from being the world's supplier of raw materials to being the world's producer of raw intelligence. So what is the vision? Because everybody asked me, how are we going to change this economy? I think we need to look at the architect of sovereignty. We've never, ever done that. At Echo Africa, we're not just building a platform, we're reimagining Africa's economy architecture through data, design, and digital system that makes community measurable and therefore investable. The guiding framework of why I call it Echo Africa is the ECO stands for environment, community, and organization. If I wanted to compare Lagos and Abuja at the moment, I would be comparing through there's Yoruba people in Lagos and there's Hausa people in Abuja. But when I start to use the Echo to compare, I start to see that the environment of Lagos have more people or has more water. The environment of Abuja has more land, dry land. The community of Lagos is very diverse. The community of Abuja has less diversification. If I look at the organization in Lagos, I see more commercialization. If I look at the one in Abuja, I see more politics. It helps me to see differently. We need to capture that type of data. We use this framework to map how people, institution, and ecosystem generate value together, not in silos, but as interconnected living system. Every enterprise, every NGO, every investor, if they use the Echo concept, can measure how they're contributing to various locations across Nigeria. Take, for example, Leap Africa. They know me. I've had many conversations with Amabel and the rest of them. I say, let's use Echo to measure the social impact of every state across Nigeria. It makes it more interesting. It makes it have a shared together value. Our formula, E equals MD cubed. Who knows E equals MC squared? We all did that in physics. Einstein used that to tell us about energy. I thought Let's reinvent that, and came up with the formula E equals MD cube. This defines our new energy, which interacts with media, data, design, and digital. Because Africa's real power lies in these four forces to connect. One, media shapes how we communicate our value. Data defines how we measure it. Design structures how we experience it. And digital enables us to scale it. I'm telling you guys, this is not just a theory. It's the new architect of Africa's digital sovereignty. Take, for example, if citizens contribute data, they generate energy. When organizations then verify and share this data responsibly, they unlock a cascade of innovation, inclusion, and investment. This vision is to create a citizen-powered data ecosystem where information becomes insights and insights becomes innovation, and this innovation can drive us beyond GDP. To achieve this, we built the Echo platform. And if you have your phone now, you could pull it out and type theeconomyplatform.com. Please sign up. This is Africa's first verified intelligence network that connects the citizens, organization, and government. Through this platform, we have what we call, if you have Facebook, if you have Instagram, I know you have friends, followers. On the Echo platform, you have what we call PALS Network, which is ambassadors, partners, and leaders for sustainability. So ambassadors are ordinary citizens, they capture data. Partners are like organization and institution, they analyze and verify this data. Leaders are policy and entrepreneurs, they use this verified data to drive changes in their startups or in their investments. This model does three revolutionary things. It transforms unstructured community data into structured intelligence. It creates a new layer for verified data infrastructure, and it enables the development of this Echo Index, our alternative economic metrics that measures the sustainability, the inclusion, and the true innovation beyond GDP. So the question now is no longer, can Africa lead us, or can Africa lead the world? The real urgent question is, can we measure what data as our new natural resources, renewable, regenerative, and people-powered? We can finance communities the same way we're financing commodities. So let's rewire our mind today. From dependency to data sovereignty, from policy gap to predictive analysis, and from the limitation of GDP to the potential of the Echo Index. I want to let you know today that the future is waiting to be discovered, or the future is not waiting to be discovered, it's waiting to be measured and amplified. So Africa is not behind. We're just simply unmeasured. Thank you so much.
Very thought-provoking. Africa as a future is centered around data, and I'm very, very insightful there. Thank you very much. One more time, putting us together for Efosa for his speed talks. We just added Victor Ndiaga, CEO for the Kenya Climate Ventures, is ready for his good remarks. Can we just take that very quickly and we get right into the session? And technical can just give me a sign that that is on cue. Okay. So pay attention. Victor, we can hear and see you. Good morning.
Good. Actually, it's good afternoon where I am. Good morning where you are.
Fantastic.
Can I proceed?
All right, go ahead, Victor. We can hear you for your good remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I want to begin by, saying to everyone that is in the room and those who are listening virtually or participating in this virtually, that I think it's a good opportunity for me to actually join you at this moment just to be able to share with you some, words of encouragement and goodwill for what you are already doing and what you will be continuing to do. So as said, I'm Victor, I'm the CEO of Kenya Climate Ventures. We are a climate impact investor based in Nairobi. And we are set out to catalyze climate investments into gender inclusive enterprises focusing on underserved markets. And as many of you have spoken before I did, I think there is a lot of opportunity to really address, the markets that have never been addressed before, the markets that have never been served before. And I think this naturally aligns to, the mission for, Leap Africa, for instance, which is developing ethical, impact-driven young leaders. I want to share with you that I started my career around 20 plus years ago as a young person who was seeking to, revolutionize how we engage in markets. And at that time, the go-to kind of approach was social entrepreneurship. But I think that has evolved over time now to address some of the greatest market challenges. But that is not enough. So then climate change has become the biggest challenge to address, and sustainably addressing this actually calls for more market-based, SME, and oriented kind of approach. All of us know, and we just talk about it every day, that access to finance, especially appropriate finance for the kind of enterprises that you are running, for the kind of stages that you are as a business, is still a big challenge. And, there are also challenges that relate to financial and governance systems, talent and leadership capacity gaps. And I think that's one of the reasons why you sit here today, and we are encouraging you to take more steps into trying to actualize what your visions are and trying to actualize, with approaches that are actually serving the African market. African market here is important because we are very unique. Most of the conversations have gone around, Africa is getting ready, Africa will be the future. I say we are ready, and that future is now. And that future is now with you and us who are involved in trying to address the challenges that really uplift our communities and support our livelihoods. Every aspect of Africa is correct. The data about markets, the goodwill to be able to serve those markets, the energy to be able to serve those markets. It is just consolidating and integrating our efforts. Like now, most of you, the entrepreneurs that have come to this, event and activity, to be able to drive the African market forward. Award like what you are award process like what you are now going through will not just give you and enhance some brand recognition for you, but I think it's also an opportunity for you to showcase impact and the track record. And the track record does not mean 10 years and above, 30 years. It only means that you are able to convince the market and the investment community around how important it is that you have been participating. Your knowledge about what you have done, your ability to go forward with it is one of the most important aspects of your growth as an entrepreneur. Inspiring confidence into your vision, I think, is a very critical aspect of why you should be able to strengthen your networks. And by having, stakeholders involved in this, by having us, that are not necessarily in your market to give you this kind of insights that then encourage you to go forward, I just want to share that you are not alone. 4-5 years ago, as Kenya Climate Ventures, we had invested in a women-led, women-owned enterprise that was revolutionizing how agro processing is done in the macadamia value chain. 5 years down the line, they have been the pillar of processing and exporting macadamia, not only to the extent that they generate their own revenues, but have created
technical. Just let me know if she's on queue for a speed talk. But we have another speed talk as well from engineer Oluwakemi and Melody. So we can take that first while we prepare for the next one. But ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome for his next speed talk, engineer Oluwakemi and Melody. She's in the room.
Super say, should we clap for someone? Oh, okay. But I think she's not in the room yet. And the other speed talk as well. Is she in the room? Not in the room? Okay, virtual. So we'll take the speed talk virtually. I will just give the technical team a second to queue that up. We also have a panel session coming up where we're talking about from village to virtual, and we'd like you all during that panel session to take your questions down, especially even before the panel starts. You want to also just begin to think about some of the conversations we'll be having there. We have a great lineup of panelists and speakers for that session. I'll just even like the team to just put the microphones on the stage as we prepare for that panel as well. Okay, we have one of our the next speed talk on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mary Wokolo for a speed talk. Put your hands together for her, please. Mary, good morning or afternoon now, evening, wherever you're joining from. But can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Perfect. All right. Good morning, everyone. Before I start, maybe I would say that somebody probably monitor the chat over here because I think we were hearing Victor all right and he was cut off during his speech. So I'm not sure what happened with the technical challenges in the room. But anyway, good morning, everybody. My name is Marino Nwokolo, and I'm absolutely honored to be able to tune into this event today. I'm especially grateful to the Director of Programs for LEAP Africa, Ms. Amabel Mwakama, and to the entire leadership and team at LEAP Africa, and of course to the CEPA awardees, a massive congratulations to you. So as a researcher and policy advisor on growth and economic development, I've had the privilege of working across this continent in offices of the executive, in ministerial offices, in strategy rooms, helping countries move from potential to performance. Currently, I support the agenda to drive private investment into African countries through the G20 Compact with Africa program. My calling is simple, right? It's to help Africa turn its talent, its markets, and its ideas into systems that work, not in theory, in reality. So before we talk about innovation, capital, and Africa as the sector, I want to begin with a short story that perfectly captures why this work matters. And it's a story about Intel. So walk with me for a moment. So now I don't know how many of you know Intel beyond I hope you can still hear me all right. So I was saying, I don't know how many of you know Intel beyond the sort of little sticker that you used to see on your laptops or your employer's laptops, or maybe it's currently still on your laptop that says Intel Inside badge, right? But Intel is not just a sticker. Intel is the heartbeat of global computing. They build the chips that power your phones, your laptops, your cloud services, and even your AI tools, right? Everything. So if we think of tech as sort of oxygen, Intel to some degree is its lungs, right? So now imagine this giant of a company, billions in revenue, global supply chains, thousands of engineers, deciding where to build its new manufacturing headquarters in Europe a couple of decades ago. And here's where it gets interesting. They had a choice, right? And so Scotland came up, as did Ireland. And like many decisions that impact our continent too, the choice was made based on numbers, right? So the talent pool, domestic market opportunities, the usual slides in the boardroom deck. On that basis, Scotland won, right? Case closed, except not quite. What happened next is a masterclass, and I think there's a lot that we can learn as well. So somebody in Ireland refused to let that be the end of the story. That person was the then head of the investment promotion agency, McGowan. And he asked Intel a simple question. What would have made Ireland the better choice? And Intel basically said more engineers, a larger talent pool. And most people would have shrugged, well, we shall try it, and we're a small country, but not Ireland. In fact, Ireland didn't argue. They went to work. They hired recruiters, they traced Irish engineers around the world, they dug and dug. And guess what they found? There were over 1,000 Irish engineers at many companies with the requisite skills, including at companies like Siemens, Motorola, Nokia. These were big time companies at the time, but not in Ireland, though, they were everywhere else. And so they approached their diaspora and asked, if Intel came to Ireland, would you return? About 80% of people said yes. And so they went back to Intel to present this data and made a compelling case for themselves. Now, that single data point flipped Intel's decision. Ireland didn't win because it shouted louder. Ireland won because it brought evidence, not emotion. It also went on to ensure that a pipeline was built to ensure that the right skills for upcoming talent in the country was available. And so Intel changed course. That's the story of how Intel ended up, putting up its manufacturing plant in Ireland. Ireland secured the investment. They got jobs, they got industries, they got tax revenue, transformation, you name it. And why? Because somebody found the nudge factor, right? That small, decisive piece of truth that changes everything. So now let me bring this home a bit, because while the Intel story is global, a similar principle is already shaping Africa's future as well, but not through billion-dollar incentives or grand strategies, but through something deceptively simple, and it's peer learning. So across the Compact with Africa program, which I coordinate through the Africa Center for Economic Transformation, I've watched country teams be inspired and some shift because of one insight shared in the right room. An aftercare approach shared by a G20 observer is inspiring strategies for how to unlock collaboration between ministries that have historically struggled to align on investor retention, right? Being able to retain these investors when they attract them. Recently, a training and peer learning session on project preparation helped one CWA country launch its own project preparation facility as part of efforts to foster a more attractive investment climate. I say all these to say there was no miracle. There was no 200-page strategy. It's just Africa learning from Africa intentionally. Peer learning works not because countries lecture each other per se, right? But because they become teachers to one another, constantly asking, how did you solve that? What can we borrow? What can we try? It wasn't rocket science. It was just curiosity, discipline, and shared. So peer learning so far, I would say, is one of our continental nudge factors. It's a quiet mechanism that's turning insight into impact. And that's why I'm especially proud to continue to do the work that I do. And so here's the tool that I want you, right, or the people in the room, whether innovators, whether funders, whether policymakers, to take away and to call it the nudge factor test, right? So the first is to ask, what invisible advantage do I already have? Is that my network? Is that the lived experience? Is that an experimental mindset? And the second is, what evidence can you generate today? Not hope, not aspirations, but proof, data, evidence. And the third is, what question, if you ask differently, would change everything, provide a different perspective? Because we know that innovation is not purely just about having new answers. It also can be about asking new questions. Africa won't rise because we say we have potential. Everyone has potential. Africa will rise because we build systems that learn, right? Systems that share, systems that collaborate, systems that ask better questions. This is what turns an idea into a sector, what turns a country into a hub. And so to wrap this up, I would say that Ireland found its nudge factor through one courageous question. Across the Compact with Africa program that I work on, I've seen countries do the same, unlock entire sectors with just one shared insight. And so the question that I would like to leave with you all today is pretty simple. What question have you not asked yet that could change everything for you and for Africa? Find it, ask it, share it, and watch things scale or change. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Mary. That almost felt like a TED talk, not even just a speed talk. One more time, put your hands together for Mary. Thank you so much. And I like what you said there. Innovation is not just about finding new answers, but asking the right questions and asking new questions. So what questions are you asking? Can you turn to the person at your table and ask them that question? What questions are you asking today as we talk about Africa as the future? Thank you so much, Mary Wokolo, for that very beautiful, beautiful speed talk. All right, so we're going to have our panel session now. But before that, I want to just do something very quick. How many of us, you have your numbers? You got numbers during the registration. Can you put that up? Put that up. We have a gift. I have a gift to give one of you, one of us. So bring out your number. We have 20,000. I will not say whether it's Naira or dollars yet. All right, 20,000. Kenny, do us the honors to just pick one person. No, Kenny, you have to shake it. Don't just pick a hand. Yeah. So let's see. So who's winning our 20,000 currency to be decided yet? Number what? Number 25. Who's number 25? Number 25. Went to use the restroom. Let's check. So help me check. So number 25. Praise God for number 25. He has won himself 20,000. 20,000 what? 20,000. I'm not giving you now, sir, please. So, but so we'll give you just at the end, but you won yourself 20,000 naira. Please together for participants or attendee number 25. Thank you very much. So we have more. And just after the panel session, we're going to give some more gifts. I mean, of course, I'd like to go to Ricky for a quick spa and massage. Yes, so we have. Maybe we'll switch it up a bit. Maybe people will answer my questions. We'll get, since we're talking about questions here. Anyway, we're going into the panel session. Please, very important segment of this CEPA Awards is a panel session focused on from village to virtual, closing Africa's digital divide with smart policy and investment, addressing the underpinning digital challenges, or how addressing the underpinning digital challenges can maximize investment through the right policy flows. I'm going to welcome the moderator of the panel session, and she will then welcome the panelists for this very important conversation. Please, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, let us welcome the Associate Partner for Dalberg, Chimdundu Onwudiego. Put your hands together for her, please, as she takes us on this very important conversation.
Great. Good. Is this still morning? Yes, morning, and welcome to the first panel session for today. Thank you so much for joining us for this event. Before I do the introduction, I'm just going to invite the people in the room to join me on the stage. Can Angela Ezielo please join me? And can Abimbola Ogundare of Deloitte also join me on the stage? Great. We will have the remaining two panelists joining us virtually, but can I just confirm that they are dialed in? Yeah, thank you so much. So we have Naomi Wokolo online, as well as the Haji Sumari. Again, good morning. So just to introduce this is, we've been hearing the speech over the past 1 hour. We are really talking about how to close the digital divide through smart investments and policies. We've heard a lot about the potential opportunities that we have in Africa. So Chuku earlier on was talking about the different companies across the world, global technology companies and how much their market capitalization is compared to Africa. So it shows us that we have a lot of untapped opportunities, and we need to talk about how we capitalize on these opportunities, particularly the untapped opportunities. I think a second part of this is also the digital divide. So one is generally we have the untapped opportunities, but also when we think about the rural and urban divide, you actually think about how it worsens things. So it's always interesting when I look at the statistics on average data that people actually pay for. And it's ridiculous when you're seeing people are actually paying for like 100 MB of data in a month, and you're thinking to yourself, how much would 100 MB of data, right, do? And so there are little things like that you actually think about the rural urban digital divide, and how we can begin to bridge that gap, as well as also begin to tap into those opportunities. So this conversation is meant to catalyze us to start thinking through that, our thought process, and hopefully we can go beyond conversation into reality. And so my fellow panelists, who have deep experience and knowledge, will be sharing a lot of wisdom with us all. So hope you have like rapt attention. So I'm going to hand it over to them to quickly introduce themselves, what they do, and also say a bit about their work in the space. I will start with you, Angelou.
Should I hold this in my lap? I guess so. So good morning, everyone. So it's such a pleasure to be here. And as Kahinde, I was like, I have to be a part of this discussion. So thank you so much for honoring my persistence, because I feel not only is Leap Africa a strong partner of Ashoka Africa, but this is a room full of like-minded people who support social innovation. And that's what Ashoka Africa is all about. So what I bring, the perspective that I want to bring to this conversation today is who is not connected to the internet? Who are these people? So the inclusive practices and policies that are needed to decrease the digital divide. So as we look at the data, you know, the numbers are about what 40% of African population is not connected to the internet. I think Nigeria and maybe South Africa have higher numbers, but in the rural areas, last mile communities, it's even less. So what we see is that we can't have that, because what we're experiencing now is an increasingly technological and digital driven world that we live in. Everything is happening so fast. I mean, when I think about my career, what my career used to be, I trained to be an attorney. And back then, a lot of you might be within my generation. A lot of you I see aren't. But when I was studying to be an attorney, that was like the job to have: doctor, lawyer, accountant, engineer, right? But I did not know like what these Gen Zs are doing now. I had no idea about back then. My 26-year-old son is an ESG analyst. Like, how many have even heard of that? You know, so we now have careers, these Gen Zers have careers like social media strategists and sustainability managers, or cyberspace risk and analysis analysts. So we don't even know what the jobs of the future will look like. So my question is, how do we continue to do the same things and expect a different result? So our focus has been at Ashoka and our partners providing young people with a new set of skills. So of course, digital skills, but also change-making skills. So when I say change-making, that is a person that identifies a problem in a community or in their immediate school community, whatever it is, innovates a solution for that problem and works with a team to bring that solution to fruition. So we need everybody to start thinking about a different way of existing, a different way of thinking about our futures. So it's not even just those skills, but it's mindset shift. We need young people, we need adults to think differently about the world that we live in and their role that they can play. And it's important that we focus on these different sets of skills that need to be added to curriculum and be added to what's happening now, because what's happening is there's a divide. We talk about the digital divide, but we're creating an even bigger divide when we say that certain people have skills and other people don't. So what we do is we're now saying everyone needs to be this change maker. Everyone needs to have these skills so that they can thrive in this changing world. And lastly, social innovation is so critical, and that's what we're all talking about here. So our young people, our adults, our fellows and young change makers, our social innovators, they are systems changers. We need to invest in innovation. I need to say that again. We have to invest in innovation. We need smart policies to support these innovators, because they are the ones that are serving the gaps. So they're the ones coming up with innovations for women. They're coming up with innovation for young people, as well as marginalized communities. So yes, we need to develop infrastructure, broadband networks and all of that. We need investors, we need private-public partnerships, but we also need smart policies to support these innovators today and in the future. Thank you.
I really love the idea of change making. That's really. I really love the idea of change making skills. Before I hand over to Abimbola, I need to give apologies to my fellow panelists because we're running a bit late. So we have about 40 minutes in total for this. So I might be interrupting from time to time. So apologies in advance. When you hear me clear my throat, just know that you have about 30 seconds left. Abimbola, would you give quick introductions about yourself and your work in this space as well?
Very happy to. Thank you. So my name is Bimbola Ogundare. I look over our strategy and transactions business for West Africa at Deloitte. Deloitte is a global consulting firm. We do accounting, tax, and advisory. When I take a step back to think about the importance of these kind of platforms, it really does serve as a catalyst for the softer things that need to change in our communities, in our society, and in our day-to-day lives, right? There are macro changes that can happen, and we see a lot of those macro changes happening. But for all of us in the room, if we really think deeply and say, what do we have absolute control over? It is the micro changes. Those are the things that are in our hands. Those are the things that we can make decisions on. Those are the things that we can change our minds about and essentially influence ourselves, our families, our organizations, and our communities. And that's where I see that we have power as individuals and as a collective to make macro changes, one person at a time, from a micro perspective. When we talk about the digital divide, there are hard elements and there are soft elements. So there's the critical infrastructure that needs to happen. There's backbone connectivity. There's regulatory changes, uniformity. But there's also the softer bits. The softer bits are capacity building. It's basic knowledge, but also courage. I find that the courage to step out of your comfort zone, ask the right questions. I really love what the last speed talk was about. It wasn't about asking new questions. It was about introspecting and saying, even within my community, my peers, my league of nations, what can I pick up, learn, and apply? this morning I picked up two new things. As the conversations were going on, I now know that this sign means virtual from what was going on. So micro additions to the body of knowledge that we have, courage to step outside of our comfort zones, and platforms such as these to drive the collective courage that means that we continue to advance, not just on a micro level, but on a macro level. Thank you.
Thank you. Naomi?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here with you all, even though virtually. My name is Naomi Wokolo. I serve as the CEO of the United Nations Global Compact Nigeria. I'm also an attorney by profession, dual license in Nigeria and the state of Georgia in the United States. So the UN Global Compact is the world's largest corporate citizen sustainability initiative. We work with businesses across the world to align their operations with 10 universal principles in the area of human rights, labor, anti-corruption, and the environment, taking actions on climate change issues. So I'm excited to be here, especially because we know that social innovators are very critical. They introduce new models, products, and partnerships that tackle the problems that the United Nations have, the solutions that the United Nations have created through the Sustainable Development Goals, from Goal 1 to 17, from poverty, inequality, and environmental degradation. And these are areas where, like we know, business as usual clearly fails. So innovators are needed to bridge that social need with entrepreneurial creativity, which turns their ideas into lasting impact. And it does very much align with the mission of the United Nations Global Compact, where we ask companies to go beyond compliance and take very strategic actions to advance the SDGs with an emphasis on collaboration and innovation. Without innovation, we will not go anywhere closer to addressing Goal 2030. So I'm happy to be here, and social innovators really help with the UN Global Compact mission. It helps us to reimagine how business can create value for society and the planet, not just looking at profits alone. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm the only man in this panel, El Hadji.
Yes, the lucky only man in this panel. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yes, I'm very happy to be in this participating, even though it's remotely in this event, and would like to take the chance to thank the Leap Africa team for having me today, and promising that I'll do my best to attend physically next year. All right, so this is Malik, as you can see on the screen. Investment professional. I had the chance to work on various investment funds, investing, not in digital, but in various companies, various sectors across the continent. I'm serving right now as regional investment director for a program implemented in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. So I'm happy connecting from Dakar, Senegal. Thanks again for this important topic. We're talking about the digital divide, and from where I'm connecting from in West Africa, but Francophone West Africa. I think if we are talking about these topics, there is a huge gap comparing, the Francophone countries and the English-speaking countries in West Africa, because in terms of digitalization, in terms of digital transformation, I'd say there is a big difference in terms of entrepreneurship opportunities that are supported in those countries. And even before we talk about investment opportunities, before we talk about financing, we cannot lose sight of the importance of regulation, right? Because digital activities, be it telecommunications, be it fintech or anything it is in the various sectors, is highly regulated. And if I take the case of Senegal, we have witnessed the creation and development of various activities in the fintech industry. And that also has kind of accelerated the digital penetration in the remotest area in the countries like Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, etc. And then, in terms of regulation, then there is a comparison that I used to make. In Anglophone countries, most of the time, the regulator watches the market, watches the innovation, and then out of the reaction of the market and then the activities that are implemented builds builds the what some call it the different rules that kind of frame the activity. In Francophone Africa, it is a little bit different. Most of the time, before you are able to implement any activity, you need to have the regulator define the rules first. And I think that's part of the reason why we're still lagging behind in terms of accelerating the penetration of digital activities. And then if you talk about the business activities themselves in terms of from the investor view or perspective, there are several things that we think that are kind of constituting roadblocks to the development of these types of activities. Because if I take the case of the telecom operators, for instance, for them to ensure and enable connectivity in remote areas, there is a strong requirement in terms of capex. A lot of investment in the infrastructure required, and that's definitely a big hurdle because the investment vehicles that we have locally are not well suited in terms of financial capacity to accompany those types of initiatives. So that's the reason why there is a huge need in terms of blended finance. That's for those maybe who are not familiar with it, combining private capital to DFI's funds and mixing it with some foundations and development funds as well, just to make sure there is some sort of a balance on the cost of capital that facilitate the acquisition of funds to implement and then to realize activities. And then, the other thing that's definitely important to take into account for a business to be viable while addressing, the digital divide in rural areas is also to take into account two things. You want to ensure that the beneficiaries of those activities or that product or service have be it the device or the necessary equipment to be connected to internet, for instance, or to be connected to any of the services that the company would want to sell or the company would want to make available. And at the same time, their revenue stream, and just make sure that no matter the model is in terms of pay as you go or paying it cash, etc., ensuring that the beneficiaries, the target, the last mile target has definitely the means, to be able to acquire the service, but to also be able to maintain that service in the long run, being able to pay it on the long run. So those are first elements that I wanted to share with you before the second round of questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'm going to start asking questions now, and you have about 2 minutes roughly so that we have some time to get questions from the audience as well. He was just talking about, Elijah was just talking about, regulations, and, what he was talking about sounded like there was a need for regulatory sandboxes, right, to be able to support innovation. So my first question will go to you, Angelo. What do you see as the biggest gap for innovators? Is it the quality of the ideas or the support system to enable them to scale?
Thank you for that question. And thank you for the comment. The comments from our other colleague. I think the biggest challenge is not necessarily the ideas. Our innovators have so many ideas, but it's the support. It's the support that that they need in terms of, you're saying risk from investors. Yes, so it's the support, making sure it's sustained and giving them what they need to continue their innovation going forward.
That sounds really, I think the support system, and it also links to what Elijah was saying. To Naomi, is she still Naomi? What do you see as the single biggest policy gap, especially when you think about the cost of investment, the risk of investment into bridging the digital divide?
Thank you for the question. So I'll come from a corporate perspective. From a corporate perspective, one of the toughest policy barriers, I would say, remains regulatory unpredictability, especially inconsistent right-of-way charges, shifting taxes like we're facing now, and long opaque approval cycles that make rural digital rollouts very unnecessarily costly. So we at the United Nations Global Compact, we work to facilitate and convene private-public dialogues that demonstrate in very clear economic terms how these bottlenecks slow productivity and stifle growth. We also promote sustainable finance and investment frameworks that build capacity among businesses, finance environments, and governments to improve policy clarity and predictability. So through these engagements, we aim to help shape a more stable investment climate, harmonize fees, streamline permitting, and a very coherent national policy framework that lowers risk for companies ready to deploy their last mile infrastructure. I'll stop here.
I think we all know how much the regulatory unpredictability is a big issue and something we need to continually keep in mind. That brings me to you, Abimbola. When we think about all these issues, as people and countries and organizations develop their digital inclusion strategy, what do you see as a common mistake, even if it's well-intentioned, that people make when developing the digital inclusion strategy? What sort of things are they not considering, for example?
Thank you. I'll think about one or two. In terms of a really inclusive digital strategy, what I find is that it has to be baked in from the very beginning. So it's not an add-on, it's not a nice to have, it's not a mid-year review tag-on item. It's something that has to be part of not just your annual planning, but your long-term strategic planning. And, what does that mean to subnationals? What does that mean to countries? What does that mean to organizations, corporations? It means that as you think of your robust go-to-market strategy, your cost transformations, everything, the smartest way to really drive growth is to make sure that technology underpins all of that. We're not in an analog season anymore. It has to be that technology underpins the core of your strategic thrust right from the beginning. It starts in the boardroom. And I think another maybe softer thing that a lot of people gloss over is the quality of boardroom talent. You find that a number of seasoned technocrats, whether in government, or seasoned businessmen that have been at the helm of a number of corporations for decades are used to a certain way of doing things. You want to make sure that that expertise is harnessed, but it's also supported with younger people on the board who are more tech savvy, who are more in tune with fresher ways of doing things, smarter ways of doing things, so that the collaborative effort is able to bring the best results for the entire organization.
Thank you, Abimbola. And I also just wanted to quickly add, I think a big mistake is not including the community when these resources are brought and not considering the needs of the community and having this top-down approach and then kind of claiming it sometimes unsuccessful if the training programs and resources that are brought are not utilized. So I think we have to view the communities in need as partners when making these assessments about what needs to be brought.
That's really critical to ensure that you have the communities involved. And for you to do that, you need to have rural connectivity. And so onto Alhaji, as we think about rural connectivity, you are an investor. If you're looking at a company that is trying to do rural connectivity, what would they need to prove to you for you to feel comfortable to invest in that company?
Very, very good question. Thank you. First thing, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'll be looking at the CapEx because you know, most of the time digital companies are CapEx heavy, capital expenditure, like a lot of equipment required for the investments. So that's on the company side. I'll also be you know, very much looking at the revenue model, because you want to make sure, you know, the revenue model is strong and sustainable, right? And also I'll be mostly looking at the clients, the target clients, because you want to make sure that, like I said in my previous intervention, it is very important for the clients to need the service. Like they must be a justified need for that service for the target market. But at the same time, as it's in the rural area where most of the time people don't have sustainable revenues, you want to make sure that the target itself has sustainable revenues, right? And then also you make sure that you do some sort of you know, soft investment in training the communities in, you know, how to better profit, how to better take advantage of the services or products that the company, you know, is offering. And I think that's the combo of you know, all those things that could definitely guarantee success. And from, you know, nowadays we're very much interested into not only making the service available, but at the same time making sure that the service can help the communities have more revenues, right? For instance, I take the case of an example of a company that makes internet available to rural areas in Senegal. So not only one of the key revenue stream, or one of the key impact stream is not only making internet available to people living in remote areas, but at the same time helping a household that has access to internet create an environment where people can come to that place, get connected to internet, and pay for it. So in that sense, you're also helping the household generate revenues out of that access to internet. So those models kind of speak to us, mostly us in the development world, that kind of justify, you know, not only the access to digital, but at the same time being able to generate revenue out of it to feed in our impact KPIs. Thank you.
Thank you. And You want to say something? Okay, please do.
Thanks. So, absolutely agree with you. Wanted to just lend my voice to a model that I thought was very interesting. It's the GARG MAR, which is essentially the village roadmap for a rural Indian community. I think the program was commissioned sometime in 2012, and it was MIT Bombay supported with some local knowledge partners. Tata Towers, I think, was part of it as the private sector partner. So a multi-stakeholder approach, fully agree with you, is very important to make sure that everyone plays a part in these kind of rural initiatives. And I think what also adds to that is for this pilot, which was then extended to a number of other rural Indian communities, there was the inclusion of the village youth and the pancharat, which is like the administrative center of each village, where the ownership and administration of those assets was actually placed in the community. I don't know exactly what model it would have been, but it could have been something to say, take care of these assets, make sure that they produce value for the community, and perhaps over a 10-year period, they then transfer to the community, in which case you then don't have any issues of, theft, pilferage, issues with maintenance of some of that technology that serves those areas. And they also used low-cost scalable technology. It was TV white spaces at the time, where they then supplemented with Wi-Fi hotspots across different areas. And it was also solar panel, because cost of operations is very high. When you look at OPEX for technology companies in 2024, the NCC said that they spent about 5.8 trillion on capex alone. So that tells you a significant part of that was the right of way, which you spoke of, and then the energy costs. So those kind of models, in order to reach the underserved areas, have to be scalable, have to be cost efficient, have to have a multi-stakeholder approach, and absolutely have to have revenue models that are flexible for lower income areas, like pay-as-you-go models, so that you're able to extend reach and add on the additional benefits.
Thanks. And I think what's interesting is I'm hearing a lot from the two responses on how the business models have to support a sustainable revenue sustaining model, and how you need to bring the community involved. But Angelo, this also assumes that in the first place, these businesses are interested in rural connectivity, right? So we have a lot of social enterprises and innovators that are, but you see from a lot of multinationals that they're very interested in, capitalizing on their urban footprints, and then going to the rural areas is a bit more difficult. From your work, what do you see needs to be done to incentivize multinational corporations to go beyond the urban areas and actually focus on last mile connectivity?
Thank you. I think de-risking the investment opportunities and educating them about the investment in these last mile communities, because sometimes they really have no clue as what they're about to enter into. So it takes them being someone on their team actually taking the step to find out what's going on in the community so that it's a bit more realistic. Again, we don't want these investments. We know that it's a multi-stakeholder approach that's needed, but it also needs to be smart. So, don't waste your money by just thinking, okay, I'm going to pick this location on the map and because it looks rural and I know that they don't have any connectivity. Talk to the people on the ground, find out what are the issues. So these are examples of de-risking their investment that I think they need to do more of.
I see we have about 4 minutes on the timer right now, so I don't think we have time for another round of questions. I'm going to open it up to the audience now. If you have any questions, please raise up your hand. And then, let us also know who on the panel you are directing it to. Apparently, we have just 2 minutes more, but we'll make it quick.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, and my name is Sitia Shudi, and I work in the Office of Climate Change and Circular Economy to the Governor of Lagos State. I want to applaud the LEAP Africa for this, and I'm just going to dive right in. So many things that have been mentioned today, and it sort of just gives a little bit of validation because I think that in Nigeria or in Lagos, from an Africa perspective, we need to start to move from just the talking to the action. And the validation that this has brought forth for us is with the project that is the 80 million clean cook stove. It is a project that is gone beyond just clean energy. It touches on the very, very strong notes that have been mentioned here. First, it's technically viable because it's already gotten the acceptance from an institutional perspective as an Article 6.4 emissions reduction project. So that means that the regenerative finance aspect of it is already badged. It also touches on the very critical demographic, which is women and the youth. Women are the ones that cook the most. Yes, some men do, but the livelihood of communities is based on cooking. And that means that because it is addressed towards women who cook with firewood, that means it is the underserved community. And they are also the ones that also generate quite a bit of waste that is underutilized. So we have that going on. The technology that has been tacked onto it for leverage is the fact that these clean cook stoves are metered. So that means that they're connected to a blockchain technology that ascertains cooking experiences, that captures the carbon that is being abated as well, and also recovered and reported for carbon credits. So there's also that aspect coming through. What I find very interesting today is that it's still not very popular. It's still one of the things about this clean cook stove is that it is given complimentary. It is absolutely free, and that's because it's a certified emission reduction project. That means that there's a forward sale of those clean cook stoves, and that means that foundations like the LEAP Africa and all of the other platforms that are connected here have social registers that they can attach blended finance structure to invest in it, and they can also get royalties. So from a policy perspective, as a policy maker, and I don't know if there's anybody else in the policy space here, I think it's something that we need to start to talk about. The 300 million AFDB project is talking about renewable energy, but for us in Nigeria, we can actually use this as our first inroad to addressing decarbonization, circular economy as a factor for waste reduction, and also improved health and technology for our rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We should have one question. Who actually has a question? 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 All right, I think that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
So, there's one hand over there.
Okay. So we'll take a question, but that was a very beautiful comment on the policy angle and added really good depth to the conversation. Please, your question.
Thank you very much for the organizers and those the seats. Please, why do those we expect to sponsor innovation having what I may term as doubt, anxiety, disorder. So I believe there is a problem somewhere. I've been overtrained, many of us have been overtrained as well. There is need to really focus on innovation, which one of us have really mentioned here. So please, why? Because I don't think there is a dearth of untrusted youth or untrusted innovators. So why is there a doubt or the fear of failure, anxiety disorder among those that ought to sponsor innovators? Thank you.
As a fear and anxiety disorder, like I said, for young people who have innovative ideas. Any response to that question?
Angelo? Okay, thank you.
I just think that we have to really be honest with ourselves. There have been challenges. There have been challenges with some of the investments. There's been challenges with priorities within the government changing. So there's been challenges with investments and it going to the right places. So I think that, you know, we have to, yes, as I said earlier, de-risk the investment opportunities, but I think we also can diversify. So we don't have to just look to external investments. There's a lot that we can do internally as well. But I do believe that we have to start with transparency so that we can attack the challenges from a knowledge perspective of what has happened in the past. So I'm not saying that it's not possible. I think we all here believe that it is possible to attract private partners doing the work, but we need to target some of the barriers that we know exist and that have actually been real challenges.
Really quickly, and move on.
No, thank you. Absolutely. Agree, fully agree. I'm going to step out and look at things from a different perspective. Doubt, anxiety disorder, that suggests to me that from a capacity standpoint, even the understanding of the innovations that you are bringing forward may not be fully understood by the people that you're bringing them forward to. I find that if you're not able to explain something like a 6-year-old would understand, then you probably don't understand it yourself. Those two are mutually exclusive statements. So the bit of it to own there is, am I so excited about this innovation and so tech savvy myself that it should be apparent to everybody, this amazing solution that I am putting forward? Or am I stepping back to make sure that what I am bringing forward is digestible to people that are not on the same scale of capacity in terms of understanding and knowledge as I am, so that it's digestible, it's understandable, and it's sellable? And I think on the other side is then the capacity building that needs to happen around people that are the guardians of the war chests, the treasure chests, the resources that need to be deployed. We do need to make sure, again, that we infuse the kind of young, forward-thinking complement to that mix of people that allows better understanding and sparks the recognition of innovation when it steps into the room.
Thank you so much. So just to quickly wrap up, a few things stand out from this conversation. One is the regulatory landscape, especially to address regulatory unpredictability and have regulatory sandboxes for innovation. Something else that has come up from this conversation is strong business models, whether that's a revenue, financing, all of that. Another thing that has come up is de-risking instruments, including the piece of investment vehicles vis-a-vis the financing needs we're seeing within the space. I think we also heard a lot on community involvement, the need to ensure that you're carrying along the community in terms of the innovation. I think the last thing was something Abimbola said about micro changes. How are you conscious about the micro changes and how that actually builds up to the macro changes? So I want to say a big thank you to my panelists, both in person and virtually, for the rich conversation. Sorry that we had to cut things off, but thank you again for the audience for your participation. Have a good.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Put your hands together for our panelists and moderator one more time. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. We'll just take a group picture very quickly with the panelists we have in the room. Can I have the photographer please do that very quickly? Where are the photographers? Do that very quickly, and we just have a gift for our moderators and panelists as well. I believe they're still in the room during the networking session, so please feel free to, if you still have questions, you can please meet them and ask your question. But that was a very beautiful conversation. If you don't mind, Kenny, if you want to join them for that very quick picture. I'm blessed are the women that drive innovation in Africa. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We'll do that very quickly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, have we been learning today? Have we been enjoying the conversation? Is your yes is not convincing. Have we been enjoying the conversation? Fantastic and beautiful. And we want to just have a very quick catalyst speech. Then we'll go for networking and tea, and we'll continue the conversation today. But very insightful conversation. The panel we just had right now that was focusing on the digital divide. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we have a quick catalyst speech, and our speaker will be joining us online for that session. But just again, we just listened to the panel session on From Village to Virtual, talking about how we can close Africa's digital divide. We're going to take a very quick catalyst speech just to continue the conversation and the conversation on unlocking value at the intersection of AI, finance, and policy. Let us hear about how artificial intelligence is advancing the conversations we're having as Africa, as the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please also let's welcome, will be joining us virtually, Honorable Michael Onyango. Put your hands together for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I'm actually online already.
We can hear you.
Great. So, first of all, I want to thank both Kendi and Amabel for asking me to join you all virtually. Although I'm not there in person, I wish I could have been there. And it's great to be part and parcel of what LEAP is doing. I've known LEAP for a while. We've worked with them here in Nairobi, Kenya. And it's very commendable that you have what you're doing today in Lagos and also the awards which will happen later on. So I was tasked with speaking about unlocking value and also about AI, policy issues and finance. First and foremost, I will not be getting into any jargon. And, I think we all have our various AI, apps that we can use that have now preceded Google. So I'm not trying, or I'm not here to try and impress you by how much I know and how many publications I can quote and who I sat with last week and what I did last year, because I don't think that is what we're trying to do today. In my humble opinion, I believe we speak about unlocking. We want to speak about unlocking value. But first and foremost, let me just give a bit of an introduction of who I am, just some context to possibly why I was asked to lead this session. So if I may just indulge you slightly. So as you've heard, my name is Michael Onyango, and what I'm most known for is running an organization called the Forgotten But Millions. Essentially, so this organization runs primarily here in Kenya. We started in 2016, and we reach 500,000 people using WhatsApp And what we do is we ensure that every single week we share a wide variety of eclectic social economic opportunities. This is from jobs, opportunities, and when I say eclectic, I really mean eclectic. For example, you'd find that one of our posts could be somebody is asking for a gardener. Another post could be somebody's asking for a house minder. In the same post, you'll find a post, for example, from Zipline asking for a director of technology, or from Google asking for a director also. So it's very, very eclectic. And this was actually pushed and became bigger, especially during the COVID period. What we do is that every single person that has access to opportunities doesn't pay a penny or a cent for it. So this, for me, has been my community social investment and how I have invested back into my community, especially the forgotten bottom millions, those who ordinarily would not have access to verified and informed information. And this happened not that I sat down and I designed it, it happened by happenstance. And I am very, very proud to say that as I speak to you here, we've got hundreds of people, who are working. We've got hundreds of people who are studying around the world, whether doing the bachelor's, the master's, or the PhDs, who are on fully funded scholarships, have never paid a penny, never paid a cent, got this all through our network. Amongst other things, we also share e-resources, e-books, and e-magazines with people who actually completed their thesis and everything else from resources which they got through us, all at no cost. So why do I start with this? Because this is just to give you all in the room what technology is doing, not what it can do, and what it's done for hundreds of thousands of people here in Kenya. The other hat that I have worn previously is the very first task force on artificial intelligence and distributed ledgers on the continent of Africa was put together by our previous president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and I was the vice chairman of that national task force. So, we were right at, that was back in 2020. As Kenya, we already saw the need to understand what these technologies are and what they can do and how they're very important in terms of driving and ensuring that as locals, we have a stake in being in the driver's seat and not being the ones who are necessarily being driven. So let me stop there and use that as the basis of my presentation as I go on. Anybody who wants more information about what I do and everything else, please can go online to michaelonyango.com and you'll find a bit more information there. Okay, so now let's come into unlocking value. When you speak about unlocking value, my first question is, what is the value that we are unlocking before we even go to defining or addressing the technologies and the other things that come with it? What is the value and why is it that this was such a pertinent topic of engagement and discussion today? Well, specifically, and I want to speak about Africa as a continent. So just for this year alone, the year 2005, the amount of value that was created by artificial intelligence, known as AI, was 4.5 billion. And that is 4.5 billion US dollars. And it's estimated in another 5 years or so, that's going to go up to about $16.53 billion. So without a doubt, there is something somewhere happening. And sadly enough, the amounts that I've spoken to you about just now that I've quoted and represented are actually 0.03% of what is globally currently generated by the artificial intelligence network and ecosystem, if I can call it that. But so that we don't get confused, and so that we don't start deep diving into things and lose sight of what I would want us to all understand, I am just using artificial intelligence as a technology to help us in the room and those listening online to understand what it is that we need to be unlocking and where it is as Africans we need to be playing. So first of all, Nigeria, beautiful country, possibly the largest human resource on the African continent. Every single year, 4.8 million Nigerians are turning 18. For us in Kenya, it's about 1.2 million people are turning 18. And what we have to understand is that these technologies, not just AI, but all the technologies that we want to speak about, run on some basic infrastructure. So unless we're investing in reliable power, not just reliable and affordable power, we're never going to get where we need to get to. We'll probably still be playing at the level of the 0.03%. But beyond reliable power and making it affordable, the next place where we need to be playing, which is even far more important, that we hardly ever put on the table, and we need to understand, is data. And data is huge. And this is not a technical forum, so I don't want to get into technology again. I want to help us all understand that when I speak about data, I want you to understand that right now, as I sit here talking with you, all the data that we use, whether it's from our chat GPTs, whether it's from our Googles, from all the various apps that we have, we don't get paid for it. We don't get paid for it. And those are the things that we need to understand and to put on the table. We need to understand that Google is not free. Just because you have a Gmail and you're told that it's free, it is not free. It is your data, my data, that generates the value that the company has, that it pays all its employees and continues to invest and buy and snap up new apps that are coming up to compete with it. So as a people and as a continent, we must move away from wanting to be employed at Google or to be employed at Microsoft, but instead understand that how do we come up with systems that truly serve us and serve our needs. One of the biggest, and I'll say this, when you hear about people saying that, oh, you know what, in Africa, unfortunately, we do not have enough, we don't have enough power, we don't have enough people connected to the internet, and we're lagging behind, and that's not good for us. I say the opposite. That is great for us. And that's where the underlying opportunity lies. It is the gold rush right now for data. It is the gold rush for all these technologies. But please, as Africa, we cannot continue being the spade in the gold rush. That all we're doing is we're scooping and we're throwing out. We have to understand that let me just go a few steps back so that I can possibly bring us back all to the same page. So interestingly, you'll hear that we don't have enough investment, we don't have enough, we're not collecting enough taxes, or our taxes are being misused, and etc. and etc. But what was the basis of why taxes were initially introduced into our systems and into the colonies? They were introduced so that we could be cheap and free labor, and we could be tamed. The taxes have never gone away. The idea of cheap labor has never gone away. And lo and behold, currently, the way the systems are set up, the way the data sets that are driving the technologies in the AI stratosphere is still fashioned, and the architecture is to keep us where we're at and to never put us at the place where the true value is what we are picking up. So, for example, in Nigeria, Lagos will never be Nigeria, and Nigeria will never be Lagos. And I want to remind you people all in that room, you must never forget that. Borno is also Nigeria. Cross River State is also Nigeria. Kano is also Nigeria. So when everything is Lagos-centric, there is an issue, there is a problem. The true changes, the true unlocking of value will come from Bono, will come from Cross River State, if we invest properly. And what do I mean by investing? Now, let's be clear. We like to pat ourselves on the back that last week I graduated from Google's AI 10-week master course. And now I am a certified AI Google master. So what? What has it done for your father, for your mother, in terms of improving their livelihoods? But most importantly, has it put an extra shilling or an extra naira in your pocket? Has it increased what you're taking home? If you don't ask the right questions, you'll never get the right answer. The finance policies that we currently run, that we currently have all been formulated for us in Washington, D.C. by IMF and the World Bank. And those policies are to keep us where we're at. It's to ensure that the 4.8 million Nigerians that turned 18 this year will still stay where they're at and will never become better. I want to challenge you sitting in the room and listening and watching to know that what these technologies, whether it's AI, are going to continue to do unless we disrupt them by understanding deeper that we need to own the data sets, the data centers, and we need to localize the data with us,
Yeah.
they'll never, ever give us the economic freedom and the economic viability that we need as Africans coming up. It is important that we must understand the technologies that we use, who designed them, and for what purpose. What is our role? What is our purpose? And what does it do for us? And how does it change our lives? And like I said, most importantly, how does it bring a shilling into your pocket or a naira into your pocket? I believe that is my time up?
Yes.
Okay, so let me simply close by saying that I want to encourage everybody in the room to remember that your history is extremely important, but your history must only inform your future, but never dictate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Michael Onyango. Put your hands together one more time for him. Thank you so much. And I think we say Asante in Kenya, but thank you. That was really good. Thank you. At this time, we'll just go out very quickly for a quick tea break, just to stretch. You know, we've been learning and having a lot of conversation and insight for the past few minutes or few hours. So I'll allow you just go out and just have conversations, network. Please ensure that you're networking as much as you can. And that is what these conferences are also for. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. So you want to make good use of that time. Thank you very much. And I will see you shortly. And after tea break, we'll have the solution labs. And we have 3 rooms. But I think after the tea break, we will do that division. So thank you very much. Let's make good use of that time. So we'll be back at 12:27. 12:27. And I would ensure that to keep to that time. DJ, if you can just play some background music, that'll be much appreciated while we transition to tea break.
Hey.
So much of it to fail. It seems the only way to feel what I want to have. And I will give you the
Okay. But any no, sit back, relax, and this is what we're going to time. So when the what?
Running thanks to take my time, letting all the people know that I'm at to rock the show. Cause what they didn't know was wrong. And all the nasty things you done. So baby, there's my dead funny. While I sing my talk that song. Your love, she said she'd never turn on me. Your love, you did, your love. This thing you said I'd never be. Your love, I do. Never turn on me. World greatest. World greatest. World's greatest. I am a mountain. I am a tall tree. Oh, I am a swift wind sweeping the country. I am a river down in the valley. Oh, I am a vision. And I can see clearly. If anybody asks you who I am, just stand up tall, look them in the face and say, I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. I'm the world's greatest. And I'm that little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. I can feel it. The world's greatest. It's greatest. It's greatest. I am a giant. I am an eagle. Oh, I am a lion down in the jungle. I am a marching band. I am the people. Oh, I am a helping hand. I am a hero. If anybody asks you who I am, just stand up tall, look them in the face and say, I'm that star up in the sky. I'm that mountain peak up high. Hey, I made it. I'm the world's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope when my back's against the ropes. I can feel it. I'm the world's greatest. Burning the flag, I'll reign love. I will reign in the world. We don't know. Oh, yeah, yeah. Star, oh, so bright, get alive. So, since you said I made it. World's greatest. I'm that little bit. I'm that little bit. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's my can. Feel it, feel it. World's greatest. Whoa. In the sky. Oh, yes, I am. I made it. World's greatest. I'm that little bit of hope. Oh, when my back's against the wall, I could feel the world's greatest. I saw the light next summer in the end of the tunnel. To be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. World's greatest. Oh, right there, no help in hell. Yeah, see it used to be locked doors. Now I can just walk the world's greatest. There's no voice. You can feel it. They're the greatest, yeah. Can you feel it? Yeah. I'm so alive. At the end of the tunnel. At the end of the go. At the end of the rainbow. And walk me through it. Used to be like gold. Now I can just walk on the roof.
I grew up in my shoes. You feel I'm pretty too. I was told I was beautiful. But what does that mean to you? Look into the mirror, who's inside there? The one with the long hair. They want me again today. My stars blue. My stars blue. Every time I think of the roof. Because of you, I try different ways, but it's all the same. At the end of the day, I have myself to blame. I'm just a man. You buy a head up the whole world. You should know that there's no. You buy all the makeup that can make. But if you can look inside you, find out who am I to be in the position to make me feel so damn unpretty. Yeah, you feel I'm pretty too. Never used to kiss till I met you. Now I'm stupid. Used to be so used to me. A little bit skinny. Why do I look through all these things? Keep you happy. Never get rid of you, and then I'll get back to me. I am sorry. I am so blue. Every time I think I'm through, it's because of you. I try different ways, but it's all the same. At the end of the day, I have myself to blame. Believe I'm tripping. Yeah, you lay your head on the road. You know that's go. And buy all the makeup and mask and make. But if you can look inside you, I doubt who am I to. And make me feel so damn ungritty. My head on wrong. But you know it's the dawn. All the makeup the mask can make. But if you can look inside you, find out who am I to. Feel the position to make me feel so damn unfitting. Over you, I'm loved. Something there's nothing I can do. You've been, it must shock me to the sorrow when I first saw your face. Cause I've been floating on the plane ever since. Girl, I'm just a hopeless case. From the first time that I held you, I knew that was just a matter of time. Oh, I think what comes naturally when a pretty girl blows your mind. I think about you in the middle of the day. I love you, you know everything's okay. Can't think of you, need you up to die. It's up to you, you be hanging on to get alive. I'm loving over you. I'm loved. You say, I'm loving, there's nothing I can do. Oh, oh, oh. You bring me all the joy I possess. You make me feel alive. They say man can't live by and alone. You're the reason I survive. Whenever time gets dark and cloudy, you make my spirit guide. And whenever I fail, always there, bring me up. I can always count on you. Never
Let's down. Thank you. And if you have friends outside, please just tell them we're about to go into the next session.
Yeah, happy New Year. Yeah. Yeah, happy New Year. Yeah. Uh, yeah, happy New Year. Water bed. Yeah, big love. The love. Right, right, right. Don't be afraid, mama. Let me see something. Give it to me, baby. Yeah. I know something. You want it? You want it? Yeah. Time for big stuff. Yeah. Coming to you live and you never
All right.
giving up, son. You know.
Thank you so much for coming back. Maybe we should do a raffle. Technical, please help me with the sound. Maybe we should do a raffle. Testing 1, 2. You want to reduce the sound a bit? All good? Could you to help me here? All good? All good? All right, thank you. All right, thank you very much. Can I go now? Technical? All right, thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. And we will continue the conversation right about now. We'll go into breakout rooms for what we'll call solution labs. And we have maybe I'll just wait. All right.
That's right. Say what? Let me have it, baby.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome back, everyone. How was your tea? How was your tea? It was good because I had to force you and beg you to come in. All right, so please during lunch. I wonder what happened. Don't worry. Okay, but thank you. All right, thank you very much for coming back. Again, just to remind you, in case you found your way into the room and you're asking what we're doing here, this is the Social Innovators Program and Awards with the theme, Africa as the Sector. All right, I think we should do one raffle draw. One other raffle draw. The first winner went away with 25,000 Naira. What do you think the second winner is going to get? 40,000, 50. 100, you know, we're talking about finance here, maximizing possibilities through finance. If we give 100, we'll not be able to achieve that goal. But anyway, let me have Amabel pick one lucky winner that's going to go home with something in 4 points. All right, let's see. I hope the person is outside still having breakfast, so I will cancel the thing. Number 50. It is not 51. 52. Number 52. Put the rest together. Are you sure? We'll have to confirm. Where's your number? Let's call Deloitte and KPMG to confirm. 52. Fantastic. Put the rest together for him, please. All right. You just won yourself lunch. You just want yourself lunch at 4 Points. At any time you want to have lunch, just come to 4 Points. We have a lunch buffet for you. Put your hands together for him. Some people when I say lunch, say, no. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me ask another question. This one, I will sponsor this gift myself. Who can tell me the names of 3 of the panelists from the last session? Let me count 1 to 5. For somebody asked ChatGPT. 1, 2, going. Okay, you can tell me 2. You can tell me 2, but no gifts. Because I want 3. If you say 4, gifts. If you say 2, no gifts. But let's hear. 2.
We have Angela and Ehaji.
What are their surnames, full names? Okay, you can tell me the theme. What was the theme? What was the theme? From village to, someone say from village to Lagos. From village to Metro, all right? Talking about the digital divide. All right, we're going to have an ANDA spotlight and a spotlight, National Network for Development Entrepreneurs, African Network for Development Entrepreneurs. I think it's a video, so let's pay attention to the screen as we watch the spotlight for Andy. After this, we'll go into the solution labs and we will, okay, fantastic. Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. You want to start again with this time with the audio on? Aspen Network for Development Entrepreneurs. Technical, the sound is low. Do you want us to come back to it later? Talking about the great work they do at Aspen. Still low? All right, you can just take a pause on it. Maybe we'll come back to that video when you have it sorted. Very quickly, we're going to go into what we've called Solution Lab. So we'll be having conversations around critical problems, about critical issues, and preferring solutions to it. We have 3 solution labs. One of it is focused on or is led by the Nigerian Youth Future Fund, NYFF, is a NYFF hackathon. We also have another solution lab that will be led by the UNDP team on creative expressions as catalysts for location-specific progress. And we have a third solution lab, and there's where ESOs are coming together to do a collaborative working session in the main working session. And we have speakers and participants from ANDE, from LSCTF, from SMIDEM, from IIF, from Ashoka, from Union Bank, from Sterling One Foundation, from Impact Hub, Lagos, from Acumen, from TechQuest, and others. And that'll be led by our impeccable moderator, Karina Karunwi. So just to let us know how those solution labs will go, the solution lab for the Nigerian Youth Future Fund, that'll be led by our moderator, Elizabeth and Douglas, and the YFF team will be happening right here in the room, the main room. So if you want to attend that solution lab on the Nigerian Youth Future Fund led by Elizabeth and Douglas, it's an hackathon on developing solutions for the Nigerian youth. For conversations around that, please stay in this room. For those of us that will be interested in going to the solution lab that will be led by the UNDP team, focused on creative expressions as catalysts for location-specific progress, you would be going to the carers room outside to your left or right. To your right. And if you're in the NYFF hackathon, you're remaining here in this room. And if you're on the ESO's breakout rooms, you're going to Mars. I think that'll on your right. But you have ushers there that will be ready to direct you. If the video is ready, we can take that video before we do that. But if not, Let me just see Chauvin, Solution Lab 1, NYFF. Can I see Chauvins? Chauvins. Do you know where you're going to? Where are you going to? Yes, I wanted to see if you're listening. All right, you're staying here. And Solution Lab 2, can I see your hand? Solution Lab 2? Solution Lab 2 is the one for UNDP, Creative Expressions as Catalyst for Location Specific Progress. Can I see event show events? You're going to the other room, and Solution Lab 3, you're going to the other room. I think we can do that right away. We can do that right away because of time. So Solution Lab 2 and 3, can you? Hackathon is here. But yeah, you're moderating Solution Lab 3. All right? And the creative one is outside as well. Can we do that very quickly? Can we all stand? Can we all stand? All right. So in 1 minute, I want you to go to your various rooms. So if you're for the hackathon, you want to come be forward. But if you're on the other one, please go to those locations now. The solution labs will run for about an hour, and we'll be back for the next session. Let's do that very quickly. As the DJ just give some background music as we disperse. But please head over to those solution rooms now. If you're for the ESO breakout, you're going to breakout room. To breakout room. Correct. Everybody's on the hackathon. All right, but what's the movement? All right, let's move. What are you for the hackathon? Right? For the hackathon? Okay. For the hackathon? The hackathon? Mike. The hackathon?
Water,
Let's go.
yeah, big love, enough love, right. Baby, don't be afraid, mama. Let me see something. Give it to me, baby. Yeah. I know something. You want it. Yeah. Time for big stuff. Yeah. Coming to you live and you never get enough. Me no care, cause we well dangerous. And we be getting down. This ain't nothing new to us now. You be sexy. Right. Man, make you want me. Right. Yeah. Where you mad at? What you said? That relationship dead? Man, it's time to move ahead, huh? What the real like? What the deal like? What you feel like? Sex tonight? That's what I know it's on check me out. What you all about? You be looking and I'm trying to figure out. With your style, water, all from the
Funding now, you're saying
have my daughter, your daughter. I dig your style, pretty love style. Lord, you look fine, nickname sunshine. God bless, nothing less, give you more. Ain't all you gotta do is tell me what you're looking for. Right.
Don't be afraid. I know it's on your mind. Yeah. Break from mine.
Check me
Thank
out.
you.
Check me out.
Right.
Yeah. Stop.
Leaders.
Have stop. Big dada. Tell me who had you run city up, steady non-stop. International one, chief hooker. Like your difficulty, jiggy. Could be heavy, baby. You want me? Trust.
Good afternoon, everyone.
present that opportunity for all of you. And then for the 10 that really stand out, you guys get to walk away with the 6-month support from the CPAC team. And then eventually, you know, that 800 USD that gets given to you to help with on your journey. So on that note, I will hand over to the amazing, what's the word? What you call somebody that can juggle like 5 million balls at once? No help. You guys are leaving me stuck here. Multitasker. Thank you. I've seen very few people who can multitask the way this woman can. And we're about to see her wear another hat this afternoon. Memuna Sani, please come up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such an honor to be here today. So I will dive right to inviting our judges to the stage. We have, for the sake of this hackathon, we have judges who bring wealth of experience from the civic tech space to the entrepreneurship and the development space. So please permit me to invite Mr. Okwemi Orinu, who is policy advisor at the Consulate of Netherlands. Next, we have Ms. Farida Yahya, who is the founder of Brief Academy, an entrepreneurship focused academy based in Abuja. Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Tosin Iteni in the room. He leads AI and data units at Budget Foundation. Mr. Tosin, are you here? Okay, so while we're waiting for Mr. Tosin, invite another thought leader from the entrepreneurship space, Mr. Oluwajoba Oloba, who is a co-founder of the Nest Innovation Lab, for a 5 minutes brief talk on the concept of pitching and just to guide our participants on how to navigate this today. Thank you, and over to you, Mr. Joba.
Thank you very much. Should I stay there or let me stay behind the leaf? Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. Excited to be joining you guys today. I'll be given a very tough task because I have my leaders in the room, but I'll make it brief. So I like, I don't know who said it earlier. I like the fact that we are now thinking how to solve our problem locally. A lot of times over the years, what we've seen is imported solution on how to solve things for us, you know, in Africa. And let me give you a typical example. So imagine, so there was a program that was done, sponsored by Innovator UK. And the idea was, how do they convert waste? For instance, like a better paint, they had excess paint. How do they convert it to something eventually they can use? So they brought up a team and set up a hackathon. And at the end of the day, the people were able to turn those paints into bricks. So instead of going to the market, you know, buying bricks, you can easily buy colored bricks. Makes sense. Then from there, a team came together and they were like, it's also very possible to create formulations into those paints that, you know, will be mosquito repellent. Now, imagine that kind of innovation. If you're in the Netherlands or in Germany, it's really not your problem because mosquitoes are not disturbing you. But that assignment, basic task led to something that solves a local problem. And for us, it's around place-based innovation. And that's the whole idea about this hackathon. How do we get people to start thinking about their communities, creating stuff that solve their own problems? And for me, I think that's the next thing that is really going to solve Africa's problem. Then when you're going to do the pitch, it's going to be a crash course, but I'll see how to run through it. When you have the idea, a lot of times we are fixated on the beauty of, you know, the solution we want to create that in our mind we think is actually going to solve a problem. So imagine I've created that paint and I've taken it to Spain or Belgium, you know, and I want to sell the paint. Definitely it's not going to sell because in my mind, I think there is a market for it, but ideally there's not a market because that is not the targeted market. And for pitch, this is how we need to see our pitch. So if I'm given a task, I need to wow people, I need to convince investors, I need to sell the idea of what I want to do. How do I run through that in a very short time, convincing the people, getting the buy-in of the people, and at the end of the day, letting them believe in what I'm doing and being part of what I want to do. Are you following me? So, do you guys understand? So, okay, I'll get to where I'm going. When you're going to pitch, it's not just reeling and going through your slides. You are selling an idea and you want the people to embody or feel like they're part of what you are building. And that is when you can really get good grades or get investors to commit to investing in the idea. So it's not developing slides and reading through the slides. And it's also not cramming. It's more around telling yourself the story, imagining it, being the story, and being compelling and being convincing. So first thing, your first page. For me, typically, when we talk about pitch, some people believe it should be 10 slides, some people believe it should be 12 slides. To be honest, it can be 3 slides, can be 5 slides. But as much as possible, what do you capture in those short slides? For me, I think one of the most important pages for your pitch, which is the most important? Any guess? Shout it. Problem? Any other person? Solution? Who says first page? It's actually the first page. And I'll tell you why. I've been involved in a whole number of pitches. And one of the first things that you can face is technical problem. So more often than not, you find out that you've developed fantastic slides, you spend a lot of energy, and you are never able to go through the pitch. And you are forced to actually reel it down from your head. So what I tell people is that for your pitch, have the first page. If you have a name, fantastic. Then have a tagline, the problem you are solving. A lot of times, that's what sits on the screen that people ruminate over when the slides fail. Is there for people to think about. And sometimes it becomes your cue on what you really should do. So your first page, extremely important. You can spend the whole time talking about your first page, to be honest, because that is the bedrock of what you're actually trying to build anyways. Then the next page is the problem question. Now, I can say in maybe over 200 pitches I've listened to, off my head, maybe 70% of people waste most of their time on that problem question. We love it because, again, it's the first page. You go on and on and on and on about the problem. But the truth is that the problem question is what most people should understand. You need to be able to paint it so that, they have an idea of what you're actually trying to solve. Now, this can happen in 2 ways. If you're lucky, you are within people that understand the problem, then it should be easy peasy. It shouldn't be a long sale, right? So if you're in Nigeria, for instance, and you want to sell power solution, like I don't expect you to keep going on about the problem as it were. Second page is the solution. I'm going to make it very fast now. Second page is the solution, what you're thinking and how you feel you should solve the problem. Now, your solution, the solution to the problem, not every time it's the application you are building. Are you following? This is very important. So let me give you an instance. Bolt came. Bolt won. We call it the term Samsung. Total addressable market, serviceable addressable market, and serviceable obtainable market. Now, who is your target market? Oh, it's everybody. It can't be everybody. It shouldn't be everybody. Because the market, thank you very much. The market is the lifeline of how you're going to solve the problem and run the business. So anyway, you can listen to it or you can go research it. How do you create the market that solve the solution or the people that are actually going to be addressing it? Another very important slide that you should not forget is your team. Now, a lot of investments don't go into the ideas. People invest in people. Are you following? People, investors, people that cut checks, more often than not, invest in people. They ask for referrals, they look at the team, they look at the track record and where they've worked, what kind of knowledge they have. Everything sums together, makes it a bit convincing for them to do investments. So your team is extremely important. How do you piece it together? Who are the people? How do they go about it? They're rushing me now. Then last important, ask. You can pitch and you can forget to name your ask. And more often than not, your ask not always has to be money. It can be mentorship, it can be access to market, it can be partnership, it can be collaboration, at the end of the day. So today we're going to be listening to a number of pitches, looking forward to them, and we can chat at the end of the day. I think I should still be around. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes. All right, so we're moving straight into the pitching session, and we'll be inviting the names as we have received the end. Just to be clear, we're adopting the elevator pitch style, which means that you're all going to be pitching for 60 seconds. Remember that joke. So if you meet Aliko Dangote in an elevator and you have just 60 seconds, what are you going to say to him? So that's just the approach today. So we're going to be judging based on alignment with the thematic areas, innovation and relevance, feasibility and clarity of execution, outcomes, which is the problems you're solving, presentation quality and storytelling. And the last is sustainability and scalability. Also to note that we're not going to be announcing winners today. Sorry? Oh, Tosin. Oh, Mr. Tosin is here. So please, we're happy to have you on the stage. So very quickly, I'd like to invite Chibuzo Happiness and team to please proceed to stage to pitch. Yes, thank you. 60 seconds, but IT, can we? Okay, so your pitch is here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chibuzo, and I'm the founder of Policy Reform Lab. What we are doing in one sentence is we're creating young innovators, teach them how to use technology, low-code, easily accessible technology tools to build tech products. And then those tech products are products that address public sector problems from education, energy, healthcare. And after doing that, we scale the prototype in the communities, we test them. At the end of the day, we are graduating civic innovators, and we're also launching prototypes of products. Please, next slide. While we're doing this, Africa's population has 60% of young people, and sadly, about 10% are in governance roles. And what's most important is this, the implementation deficit. We have so many research papers on many topics across different fields of interest, but very few people can translate that, like these research papers, into tech products that can solve solutions in our economy. And aside that, okay, so that's why we launched the Policy Reform Lab anyway. Thank you, you can move on. Next slide, please. Okay, it's fine. That's why we launched the Policy Reform Lab. And what are we doing? We just have 3 months fellowship. 3 months fellowship where young people come young people who are tech savvy, and are passionate about nation building. They use low-code, easily accessible technology tools, and they use it to develop prototype of product that can address problems in their area of interest. If, for instance, you're interested in tracking the number of hospitals in a rural community that have access to funding, you can create a dashboard using Google Suite and Gemini or ChatGPT. And you can use this product to put up accessible portfolio that founders can use, implementing partners can use to scale whatever they want to do and bring solutions to communities. Please, next slide.
Time up.
So how do we use technology in our work?
Time up.
Hello?
Time up.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
1, 2.
I've noticed that 2 minutes. So we were gracious enough to make it 2 minutes. So the next contestant will be teaching for 2 minutes. Judges, do you want to give feedback, or we can do that later? Later, okay. Amidu Mohammed, plastic build.
Amidu Mohammed. You didn't want to come out. Using slides?
Maybe. I have slides, but they are not up.
Time starts now.
Okay. So how many of us still have memories of rolling tires, playing in the rain back then? Don't worry, we listen, we don't judge. So, do you believe that those tires actually led some people to their untimely death through jungle justice in Bariga? My name is Amidu Mohammed. Friends call me Amidu Climate. I grew up in Bariga, a community marginalized and known for two major things back then: violence, and always at the leaderboard of the LASEPA weekly pollution updates. Whenever it rains, it means three things for me and my family: no food, no school, and no income for my mom, because the streets were flooded. Nobody could do anything, we couldn't go to school. I wanted to solve these problems, same as a lot of artisans in Bariga, but there were barriers. No access to maker spaces, mentorship, and all of that. I'm a self-taught upcycler. And that's why I built Plastic Build DigiHub. It's a digital platform that connects, local artisans, young innovators like me and you to co-create products at maker spaces or hubs around them. For the context, Plastic Build started about 3 years ago in a makeshift studio behind my house, where I transformed waste like scrap tires into functional products like EcoFit footwear that last at least 24 months before you think of disposing. But now, the impact has been so much. Over 2,000 people have been trained, 500 plus artisans have been empowered to use waste materials, scrap tires, plastic waste, to create functional products. Now, we need to move further and scale this solution across Africa, because this story is not just mine. It's for a lot of young people across the Wakanda continent. So, what we are doing is simple. We are bringing everything we've been doing for the past 30 years into a mobile application called, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Amidu. Next, we have Bola Rinwa Udupe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bola Rinwa. One of the challenges most African merchants face is the issue of liquidity. A merchant that wants to send the $1 million to their supplier abroad, they have the let's say the rate is 1.15. They have the money sitting in their bank account. You know that it's always very difficult for them to get that funds converted for them. Even if they eventually do, they will have to maybe first of all, maybe visit Bank to convert some of them, maybe visit FCMB and different banks before they're able to convert to that amount they need. And a lot of times it affects the process of their business in terms of delays in getting their consignments and the process of their business operations as a whole. The solution we have built with this is a decentralized protocol that aggregates liquidity from different providers, from institutional providers to corporate providers, to help facilitate settlements for transactions in real time across multiple currencies. Over time, we've done about $17 million in total transactions In local transactions alone, we do over 1 billion naira in transactions month on month, and we are looking to up that in the months to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christopher Emelife.
Hello, everyone. Preventable deaths shouldn't be any family story. In the space of 10 years, I lost 3 of my family members, 2012, 2019, and 2022. Not because they had conditions that were critical that could not be managed, but because these persons did not detect their symptoms early and did not report it on time to the hospital. This is not just my family story. This is the story of 75% of Nigerians who, according to the National Library of Medicine USA, died before they arrived at the hospital or 6 hours after arrival. In Lagos alone, this makes up for 10,000 annual deaths. 40% of Nigerians actually report their cases early, but the remaining 60% not early. And so we have built First Response AI, a health tech platform, a patient-first internet platform that eliminates the needs from pre-care to post-care, that reimagines how patient care is being handled. That is to say, patients can now report their symptoms the moment they are on the bed. You may say, that's ChatGPT. ChatGPT can't take you to the hospital. But with First Response AI, you get to know what's wrong with you, you get a doctor talking to you immediately, and you can get to the hospital closest to you as the case is. This we have built, and we have about 405 people currently using the platform and being connected to hospitals. We have 2 HMOs on the taking our products as a value-added service, and we're already making revenue. So we intend to scale this, and we need funds, and we need help. We seek to make impact. One thing that stands out for us is the story of one of our users who the mother had a condition that she has been managing, but he didn't know exactly what it was. When they used our product, we discovered that she had thyroidosis. I can't pronounce that word properly. She had this thyroid something disease. And when she went for that particular test, it came out accurately. Our analysis is 98.7%, and it's 60% more accurate. The model we're using is 60% more accurate than your regular physicians. Fund us. Let's make impact in Africa today. We have built an AI. What we are plugging to this is an AI phone call so that it can get to the villages. We have built the demo. We have the prototype already. You can call the number, speak to it to give you a first aid. Thank you very much.
Woo! Farouk Bile Sami.
Hello, everyone. I'm Farouk. Quick question. Does everyone here know math? All right. Well, some kids don't know maths. For example, my co-founder doesn't. No shade, Daniel. But yeah, so kids, right? Kids love playing games and they don't like maths. So what we did was we got games that they already love, put educational content into the games, and then they are playing. They don't know that they are learning, but they are playing at the same time. Just like when we were kids, putting drugs inside a bawamala and then put inside the stew. Minutes as of 2 weeks ago. Now, for kids are learning, they've reinforced the in schools. And right now, they are about 5% for
specialized, courses that you can take. Also, you're also having fun while learning because the platform is gamified. AI introduced to it. You may not have all the time to learn, but AI can do a summary of all the things that you need to learn or what you need to know. Also on the platform, you have the opportunity to connect with other entrepreneurs, connect with lawyers also, who can offer you services at affordable prices. Thank you.
I'm up.
Mayowa Olajide.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mario, and I'm team leader at Motiva. So educational inequalities today is one of the biggest reasons why we have the large skills gap that we have. Motiva. Yes. Educational inequality is one of the biggest reasons we have the large skills gap that we have today. And digital education can be the bridge to solve this problem. But there are two problems today. It is not effectively leveraged, and two, it is not accessible. So can we build the learner support infrastructure that makes this possible? And that is what Motiva wants to achieve. Build learner support systems that support young people to effectively access and effectively leverage digital education to upskill. That's our goal. If my slide is up, can we go to the how we'll do it slide? If it's available. Okay, so I'll just keep talking. So how do we make this possible? We have a very unique mark framework, motivation, accountability, and community framework that we have designed and will deliver it offline community centers. And that is how we intend to reach our audience. What have we done up until today? We have run 4 cohorts. We have supported about 351 learners. And completion rate is around averages between 57 to 60% per cohort. And this is higher than industry average of 25% that we have currently. We've raised we received $1,000 in grants from Innovate UK. And we currently have an SLA to support 1,000 learners over the next 3 years with the state government. We're looking to raise $60,000 to upscale all of this work and become an ongoing concern and become a company. And I hope that you support us today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Metal Care Foundation.
Okay, good day everyone, and we are the prison farmers. So in Nigeria, especially in places like Lagos State, it's very common for you to see young people go in and out of prison. Once they go to prison, we are supposed to learn corrections and go out being a better person, but they go to those prisons, they come back worse off, and at the same time they commit crimes and they get sent back to prison, which people call it recidivism. Now, this is a very common problem in Nigeria, and according to research, 81% of male prisoners were sentenced back to prison within 36 months of release. Now, this is the problem we are solving at Metal Care Foundation. We go to Nigerian prisons, we set up farms within the prison, we train the prisoners on how to cultivate vegetables. They set up the farms under supervision. Then after the whole series of activities during the harvest and we sell the produce, which are invested back on the farms. And at the same time, we used to take care of things like medical care and other supplies within the prison facilities. So far, we have trained 150 prisoners in urban facility in Abeokuta, and we have sold 100 kg of fresh habanero, yellow and red pepper in those from that facilities. At the same time, we have donated 300,000 naira from the farm, which is cultivated by the prisoners themselves, just under minimal supervision. Now, we are seeking for the $1,000, 1,000 USD, so that we can be able to scale our farms in the urban correctional facility. And at the same time, we can expand the farms and at the same time expand our impact. Thank you.
Nweke, Sharon.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon, co-founder and head of operations for Gauge. As we all know, energy is a major operational cost, and not just any major operational cost, it's a recurring operational cost that is ever changing. We wake up, it's 1,000 naira per liter, tomorrow is 1,200 per liter. The problem is that businesses do not have full visibility on what they spend and what they consume in terms of energy. And when I say energy, your diesel, your electricity, this whole we are right now, they are spending money on energy and they are also consuming energy one way or the other. This solution can optimize their energy spend and consumption in one dashboard while allowing them in one dashboard, basically, across multiple sites. How it works, it's a very simple solution, very simple. We put in the hardware in the client's facility, and they have access to the dashboard where they can monitor these energy expenditures. The AI-powered part of the platform gives them data-driven insights, so they're able to make more informed decisions and spend less on energy, which reduces their energy spend and also reduces their carbon waste. This carbon waste now translates into carbon credits for these clients. Also, the platform allows them to purchase energy products directly from the platform. Our team, we're a 3-man team or 1-man, 2-man team. I have Kingsley OT and Kingsley eBay, 2- and 3-time founders. One of them is a YC, started a YC-backed company, and Kingsley eBay is a force in the tech fin space. Market opportunity. So according to Money Point earlier this year, Nigeria has about 40 million SMEs. Amongst the 40 million SMEs, 2 million are heavily dependent on energy. So you can see we have a wide market to play with and to cater for. Our business model is very scalable. We're making money from the credit, carbon credit, basically, the subscriptions and the hardware lease. The data advantage. Gauges transforming energy consumption into credit scores, and we're doing that through historical consumption patterns, vendor transaction verifications, and predictive demand analytics, basically thank you. Kudus Oyedeji.
Good afternoon, everyone. 3 weeks ago, a young teacher in Nigeria here lost 800,000 to a fake agent. 2 years of savings gone in just one afternoon. My name is Kudus Oyedeji, and at House Matter, we are digitizing rent to make it free, fraud-free and stress-free. Currently, for Nigerians, renting is an extreme sport. Personally, I have seen this, personally and professionally, I've seen the problem that comes with renting a house in Nigeria, and it has become crazy. Fake agents, fake listings, and people keep losing money. The EFCC reports are there, hundreds of cases every month, and those are just the ones that have been reported. But beyond that, what we do not see is that that's a family losing their income. That's their, like, they are adding money going doing from people that House Matter to digitize that. Currently, we've been able to launch, and we've done 15 properties in a space of 1 month of going to the market. And 7 of those properties have been rented out, and that has given us $7,000 in processing, in rent processing. And we just want to be able to do more. This is our solution. We currently have an app in review by the Play Store. And currently, we've been able to do that. We are not just monetizing our rent works. We are going through every process and also pre-rental management, from the onboarding of the verification of the properties, verification of the tenants, monetize the in-app payment solutions, and legally binding contracts, because we just don't want people to sign leases without legal backing. So we've been able to do that so far. We're seeking $33,000 in pre-seed round to be able to strengthen our partnerships, because currently we have been able to also help people pay rent monthly via our partners instead of just yearly. So we're not just working around another renting app, we're building a strong infrastructure for renting in Nigeria. Thank you.
Shalom, Ige. Shalom.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. by show of hands, how many of us have had to look for an apartment before? Yeah. So back in 2018, I got into university and I was privileged to get student accommodation. My younger brother joined me in my second year. And none of us got student accommodation. So we found out that 20% of the student population is what the institutions across Africa is left to fend for themselves, having to look for apartments to deal with spending close to 50% of their budget on rent. So what we've developed is to build a rental ecosystem that works similar to how dating apps work. So you come, you tell us what you want, and we provide apartments and roommates based on your preferences, basically helping you to ease the stress of house hunting. We know it's a growing phase across Africa, currently focused on just Nigeria, that has a growing population annually of about 2.5 million Nigerians, which goes from 1.8 university undergraduates to funny enough, I found someone who met me today right here in this hall who said she's currently using Urumi to like look for an apartment. We're looking to raise $100,000 in pre-seed to be able to do 1,000 verified rentals in the next 12 to 18 months, and to also be able to, sorry, can you move on to the slides? To also be able to cater to these people and ensure that they get matched based on their preference. So we are looking to get people to join us as the room you get your rooming based on your preferences.
Thank you, Shalom. Next is Spark Academy. Spark Academy.
Oh, hello everyone. My name is Kende Umar Salau. I'm the project co-lead at Spark Academy. Let's start the question every science teacher has had over the years. When would I ever need this? We noticed that in Nigeria, students are taught concepts without relating it to real world experience. And eventually when they graduate, another problem arises, employability. They find it hard to land meaningful jobs. A lot of students feel education has failed them because after studying for years to get the degree, they find it almost impossible to land meaningful jobs. In Nigeria, over 90% of workers are in the informal sector, and that leaves educated graduates unemployed. The issue here is not with education. The issue is relevance, and that's what Spark Academy was created to solve. So Spark Academy is an ed tech that uses short project-based courses to help learners. We kind of work in the opposite direction. Instead of teaching theories first, we introduce real world problems to learners. Real world problems that communities and businesses face all the time. Because let's be honest, employers are not looking for people that can recite definitions or state theories. They are looking for people that can solve real world problems, people that can produce results. So our goal is to connect real world experience with academic concept, and in doing so, increase employability in youth. And our goal is also to make Spark Academy the standard of skill validation in Nigeria. We're currently conducting our pilot course. We're helping students, we're teaching students how to create we're teaching students how to create natural hand cream using organic chemistry. During this process, they are going to learn about emulsion, hydrophobic and hydrophilic compounds. Thank you.
Tony Owoste. God's will, please get ready. That's Tony.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Dr. Tony Wose. I'm the founder and CEO of Niton. We are currently Nigeria's third largest which means we make up a large export to US and UK. And I saw some of the challenges we faced. We are losing a lot in trade fraud. That same year, African manufacturers lost about 7 billion in confiscated products or products that we couldn't export, which is why we need to find a solution permanently to how much we are losing in food waste. So the mission is very simple: provide a solution that allows African manufacturers to access global markets and access capital without the hassle of going externally to do that. So we built a marketplace for them to connect to global markets. We're in the US, the UK, the Middle East, and South Asia. And we currently provide agricultural manufacturers with access to Sharia compliance credit, meaning it's interest-free and it's for the interest of the manufacturers. And as always, our goal is to build sustainable food production for the African market, starting with Nigeria. Thank you very much.
God's will, are you ready? Okay, so I think we just had the last pitch. And at this point, I'll yield the floor to our compare. Yes, thank you.
All right, put your hands together for all the wonderful innovators who presented their ideas. Not very easy, not easy at all to start and lead a business in Nigeria. So kudos to all of you solving real life problems across your various sectors. One more time, put your hands together for all our innovators. I hear that we're not giving the award today. So also just put your hands together for our judges. We hope in 2 minutes you're able to capture all the metrics that we put in place for you. I think we've come pretty much to the end of this page. I'll allow our judges to go back to the seats, compute the scores, and you'll hear the announcements of the winner much later, right? And the winner is going on with how much? To be confirmed. Oh, yeah. 10 persons going with $1,000 each. Fantastic. Put it together for NYFF2. That's amazing. I see somebody trying to calculate 1,000 to 1,400 and for the all right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll just go back to our seats and just collect the scores, and she'll get it from you later. We'll do that when all the other location. We can't give feedback to every of the innovators, but we'll get a generic feedback, and maybe we'll have Farida just do the general feedback for all the innovators at once because of time. I would ask Store to bring in the other folks from the other solution lab in the room right now. So we're taking a quick group photograph. Not because of time, I'll ask the innovators to also take a group photograph. Won't be bad, right? But you can do that outside. So it's good to have that picture of you as well. Thank you very much. All right, so I'll welcome right now Farida to just give a general, can you do that? General feedback to all the innovators, probably not individual feedback, right? But, you know, what did you see? How were the solutions? And what about it struck you the most? Put it together for Ms. Farida, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow. An easy task, so I'll just try to summarize. I did have a lot of thoughts when I was listening to it, but first of all, I would like to say kudos to each of the innovators thinking outside the box. I know that in Nigeria, we only think problem, so it's great to be in a room where we're thinking solution. Also kudos to the NYFF team and CIPA for having us here. Always excited to be part of your events and what you're doing. I think for me, I noticed that for a lot of them, I don't know whether they were not sure of the time or whether they were not sure if they were going to be using the slides or just speaking from their head. So even though they were done with the pitch, I was a bit confused about what they spoke about. And then, of course, for me, hearing it for the first time, I had to listen first, think about it, and then evaluate. So I think that was something that was an issue for me with some of the pitches. I loved how innovative they were, some of them. And I loved how some of them were also very to the point. I could see that it meant that they were already working on the product. So you can see that they're working on the product and they are open to feedback. I think that was important. There were also some of them that had really great business models, but I felt like they needed a nudge. They needed to find, someone that would be able to support and mentor them to do better, so that they can be different in the market and be able to scale and sustain. So I'm happy that 6 months mentorship because they need it. But lastly, what I would say is, again, amazing ideas, whether you get people to see you elsewhere, doing more amazing things and actually being part of the solution as opposed to the problem in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I should take, while we wait for the other solution to come in, I'll take, do you wanna share feedback to the innovators very quickly?
Thank you. I think I'm very much aligned with what she shared. I think what would really help us is to share the slide, so we have an opportunity to really do an objective assessment feedback. But by and large, I think it was an excellent presentation. It takes a lot to conceptualize an idea and get it to this phase. So I just want to celebrate everyone. Even if you do not eventually get this, you have to keep on. Some of them are familiar faces that I know, the pitches, but it's good to see some of you again. I'll say keep up the great work. Yeah.
Keep up the good work. Well done, everyone. Well done, everyone. And don't, when I become an angel investor, I will invest in your businesses. You don't believe me? Okay. Okay. All right. So we will go straight into the next of the day. But was that a good experience for you? Innovators, was that a good experience for you? Fantastic. And we'll go straight into the next set of the agenda now. I want to believe that the rest guests and participants from the other sessions are in the room now. And I'll have them just do a synthesis of all the sessions we've had. I just asked for some background music to come on. So I'll just confirm that the other guests from the other rooms are done with their presentation. But thank you so much, all the innovators, for sharing. And we will get the feedback shortly on the outcome of this speech. We have a major round of conversations later on the agenda. We have a speed talk, a series of speed talks that we'll be having from, give me a sec, I'll just pull that up. And we'll also have a panel session. So really very insightful conversations later on today. Remember the theme of this conference and what we're having a conversation on the conversation on is Africa, the sector. All right, so afterwards, just we get our guests in the room. We'll have a synthesis from the solution labs by all the different rooms. Then we have speed talk where we have Dr. Val join us virtually. We have Ami Gillette from WDI, and we also have Tunde Onakoya in the room from Chess and Slow. Thank you much for coming. Thanks together for him as well, giving a speed talk as well. And right after that, we would have a panel session on seeds and servers, cultivating sector tech innovation in Africa, how innovators and policymakers can partner to transform sectors through technology. And we have an awards presentation and call today. So pretty much towards the end of this conference, but I want to believe that you're having fun as well as learning. Are you? Okay, that's not convincing. Are you learning? Are you having fun as well? Fantastic. After a pitch like this, for many of the founders, you're just thinking, you're already calculating what to use the $1,000 to do. Yeah? Please don't. Okay, I will invite Elizabeth to just do the synthesis of this session. It's right in the room. Okay, I was thinking. So you just do the synthesis of the session while we wait for the other.
Thank you so much, Compare. Thank you to the judges and thank you to our amazing pitchers. You'd have noticed me taking notes. You'd have seen me taking notes. And I sat down and I was like, God, if I had money, some of these are reaching out to say these are the top 10. And once that one happens, the CIPA team will be in touch with you to kickstart the mentorship for those who've been selected. And as we said, at 200 out of the $1,000 for as your package goes towards that support. And then at the end of that, the 800 is given to you to use, for your business, right? So again, as we said, the point of this down here, and there are some of you, let me not lie, that are bigger than this $1,000, right? The work you've done already, the results, what you're already doing out in the market is bigger than, almost wondering, although I also kind of know why you pitched, because every opportunity is an opportunity to learn. And who knows, there may be an angel investor in the room. Right? Some of you met your feedback, the final list of 10, and no later than the start of 2026, that mentorship support begins in earnest. Because I think, again, we do realize, I said before, money a lot of times is not the major need of the business. Sometimes it's just how to structure it, how to do the storytelling, how to do your marketing. So let me leave things at this point. And as I said, we look forward to the stories, the success stories coming out of this. For those, even if you don't get that, win the prize, the opportunity to learn, the opportunity to practice skills, best use. So everybody for your time. Thank you, our judges. And yeah, enjoy the rest of the session.
Thank you. Put it together for Elizabeth, please. Thank you. All right, so we have all the guests from the other solution labs coming in. And please, I'd like a member of the UNDP team, if you don't mind, to just synthesize the conversations you had in the room. The beautiful lady coming in black is going to do that synthesis. Ladies and gentlemen, can you bring together for UNDP to synthesize the conversation on the creative expressions as catalyst for location-specific progress?
Although we didn't get enough time to finish, but I'll try. So our conversation focused on how we can use our storytelling to inspire development. Oftentimes, storytelling is limited to entertainment. And very recently, like I was telling the back in the room, someone called us a disgraced country, and that didn't go well in the development landscape. For a country looking to inspire, bring more investments in, for a country looking to support its youth, for a country looking to scale the different levels of development it has. That was very limiting. So how do we start telling our story beyond beats, beyond Nollywood, beyond fashion? How do we start telling our story in some way that it creates a narrative that positions people that to do stuff in just in, in Abuja, but across different parts of Nigeria. Oftentimes you forget Taraba is this country. Jigawa is the state in this country, because it's Lagos and all of that. So it's just good hearing this insight, and I'm going to put them for some time. So the participants in our room highlighted how community stories are insights into how people are experiencing progress, how people see technology, how people experience governance, because it's different. The way we experience this in Lagos is different than somebody in Borno is experiencing it. And what we should do and where we should place our focus on. One thing we can all agree on, or we all agreed on in our room, is that narratives strongly influence innovation, they strongly influence finance and they strongly influence policy. Narratives help shape behavior. And the moment a narrative is positive, it can build investor confidence, it can accelerate technology adoption, it can strengthen policy making, and it can even open space for reform. But negative narratives, on the other hand, can suppress this momentum and can slow down development. So another thing we agreed on is that Nigeria needs a refreshed set of narrative pillars. So these pillars, the pillars that were proposed, are resilient. We need to start telling our stories from a resilient point of view, from the creativity point of view, from youth leadership, because we have a lot of young people doing amazing stuff, but that is not often reflected. We need to start telling our stories from community-driven progress point of view, because we have a lot of communities that have taken agency and are doing amazing stuff for themselves, but nobody really gets to hear about this thing. And oftentimes, if people hear about them, they're hearing about them from mega cities. They're not hearing about them from a lot of cities that there are 36 states in this country, and each of them is made up of different communities doing amazing stuff. I'm privileged to have traveled to 27 states in Nigeria, and I can tell you that there are amazing stuff happening. And until we start reflecting the progress happening in these communities, people will know that they're bankable. People will know that they're investor ready. People will know that there are many people doing stuff there that we need to help. We need to help scale. Fine, we need to position for better opportunities. We also need to start telling location-specific stories. They are very essential. So from the Southwest to the Northeast to the South-South, there are different things happening. Location-specific progress that we're talking about. People need to know what's really happening in these different locations, but not from a poverty point of view. From a progress point of view, what are the opportunities there? How can they be leveraged on? How can they be scaled? What can we do to really, push these guys forward and help them scale whatever form of development that they're really pushing? And then in summary, the last bit is that values and identity markers can help guide Nigeria's development story. And these values should come from a place of resilience, youth development, creativity, youth entrepreneurship, and so on and so forth. As much as we try to think that we don't play a role in policy, policy is everybody's business. We need to stop leaving the policy conversations for the people in Abuja. Oftentimes people just say, oh, policy is not my business. It's not, it's for the guys in Abuja. Everybody has a role to play. So the way we tell our stories can even help our decision makers know what to focus on, let them know what the issues are. It can help bring these issues to the agenda setting and then help, our development, decision makers, and even development actors frame the solution that would hit the nail on the head in terms of making sure that we clear out all the issues surrounding, what it is that we're facing in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Genevieve Chukwueze from the UNDP team about the power of storytelling. I'm going to learn more about that, I believe, as we go. All right, we'll go straight into another set of speed talks where we'll listen to short insights from incredible speakers. And we're privileged to hear from 3 speakers in this second set of speed talks. 2 is joining us virtually. So ladies and gentlemen, technical team, just want to hope that everything is set and ready. But ladies and gentlemen, please, if your hands are not too busy, let's welcome Dr. Val Okaro-Bissant. Is joining virtually. Please put your together for Dr. Val. It's not ready. All right. So we'll go into the other speed talks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome an incredible speaker that we all know is the founder of Chess and Slums. Please put your hands together for Tunde Onakoya to take us on a speed talk.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be here. The last time I was at CEPA was 5 years ago. You know, I came hoping to be one of the people that will be selected. I think I applied, but they didn't even consider me. So, but I came to just, just watch and learn. And it's been a beautiful journey, especially in the last, 3 years. And I like to describe myself as a dreamer. And I have done many things, and I still hope to do a lot of things in the world. But above all those things, I think I'm a dreamer. And to be a dreamer is to have the courage to impress your idea of the world and to sort of like wield that into existence. And I know that there are a lot of dreamers in this room as well. And sometimes we're misunderstood. Other times we think that the things that we have in our hands that we do probably isn't that much of great significance to the world, because there's so much frivolity. There's so many other things, moving the capital markets that are similarly much more important. So why should your community project even matter to anyone in the rooms of power, in the rooms of money? I just want to give you some new perspective, right? I'm sure there are a lot of very talented, very competent, very educated, very driven people in this room. But I want to give you reason, a new way to understand your reason, because that is the most powerful thing that you have. And to be able to communicate that effectively is the greatest thing, is the greatest leverage you can build, right? Because we may not have the resource, the capital, but we have the power of the narrative. And that power of the narrative is what builds revolutions. It is what creates a compelling narrative and ultimately galvanizes action around the causes that you care about. I'm going to give an example just very quickly of something that happened to me before I traveled to the US last year. And maybe this is how to tell a story, right? Maybe it makes sense for us to understand that storytelling is like data, but with soul in it. And soul is always what is missing in our articulation of the work that we do and the people that we're bearing witness for. Soul is important because it makes people feel something. So I'll tell you a story that I saw, and I'll let you decide how this explains the essence of what I've spent the last 8 years of my life doing with the Chestnut Slums Project. Before I traveled to the US last year, it was my first time and I was excited. So I went to the mall to get a few things. So I'd gotten the things I wanted to buy and I was taking them to the car. And as soon as I got to the car, these two kids just walked up to me. And we see them all the time. There are kids on the street along that Lekki Ekpe Expressway. And if you're someone that drives very often on that road, I'm sure they come up to your cars. Sometimes they annoy you very deeply. Sometimes you don't have money to give them, so you're avoiding eye contact. So I was checking to see if I had any money with me to give these kids. And one of them just looked at me very keenly and said, "Chess players." And I wonder how he knew me, because that is the mantra we teach the kids in our program, that chess players observe. So late 2023, we did something. The entire month of December, we went to that Lekki Jakonde Expressway, and all of those kids in traffic begging for money, we took all of them behind Nike Art Gallery, and for the next 30 days, we're teaching them chess every single day, teaching them chess, mental maths, and just learning their stories. So that kid wasn't one of the kids that participated on the program, but on the day of the tournament, he saw the kids from a distance, dressed in their agbada and the fila that we usually wear for the kids. And he remembered the mantra that chess players observed, but it wasn't a part of the program. So when he saw me, he immediately recognized me. Then I asked him, what is your name? He said his name is Yusuf. He's 13. And he left home when he was 9. So he had spent the last few years of his life trying to survive and hustle on the streets. Yusuf's story is a very familiar one to me, because it is children like Yusuf that evolve to become the area boys that we complain about. Because we forget that nobody becomes an area boy as an adult. It's the children that were neglected. And to become much harder than the reality of the streets, they have to shed and lose all their innocence, right? And I have met a lot of children like Yusuf on that trajectory, using drugs, being abused sometimes, joining cults, so they can become much harder than the reality that life had given them. And while I was talking to him, and the other kid with him, there was this woman driving a Range Rover. And she wound down her windows and said, "Chessmaster." And I just waved. And she just came down from her car. She parked. She was like, "Oh, I'm a fan. I want to take a picture with you." And while we took a selfie, she told her son to come down from the car. His son's name was Jaden. Jaden came down from the car, soft boy, Gucci sandals, American accent, and I'm sure Jaden, wasn't probably younger than 12, maybe 12, maybe 11. And he came down, and while I was conversing with the mom, he stood side by side with Yusuf. And I had an epiphany there, because I observed that Yusuf's countenance had changed. Yusuf is a street kid, very rebellious, But the moment he was in the presence of this kid that looked so much different from him, his countenance dropped. And when I observed that, I told him to introduce himself. And because he couldn't speak English, he struggled. And Jaden was like, "Hey, my name is Jaden." And he couldn't respond properly. So, I took pictures with Jaden and they left. And I gave Yusuf some money. But on my drive back home, something occurred to me. And it's this tragedy of the lottery of birth that decides who has to survive and who gets to live, a meaningful life. And Yusuf really had no part in making that decision for himself. He had become a victim of his parents' poverty. And again, Yusuf's story is not a unique one. There are thousands, if not millions, of children like him. Now, two things. Jaden will probably go on to, a private school, travel, go to Harvard, become an architect or a doctor, right? And maybe come back at some point. But Yusuf is going to end up as an area boy, or even worse, dead. But the gap here is that there's no situation or no scenario that puts children like Jaden, and Yusuf in the same room anymore. There's no social context that would ever let them be together in the same space, not even in the classrooms anymore, right? And as this gap continues to widen, right, we're going to have a deeply problematic society where children like Jaden have no context to understand Yusuf's suffering. And Yusuf only has resentment towards Jaden. Now, why am I saying this story? It's because for the longest time, I've chosen to do one thing, to bear witness for children like Yusuf, right? Because the world actually doesn't see them. You see them in traffic and you pity them from a distance, but you don't have the right kind of empathy or compassion for them because you don't see them truly. Which is why when we have chest ornament for the kids, we wear fila for them like this and wear the agbada, and people see them like, wow, are these the same street kids from the slums? And people see them that we take them to America and they win tournaments and they win medals. They're like, wow, are these the same children? So if these children that come from nothing can't do this, can't show great aptitude for chess, then I have to invest in the possibility of their life. And that is what it means to be a dreamer. And that is the power of the narrative that you have chosen to stand in the gap for something that feels very meaningful to you. But it is not enough to be consumed by the passion of your pursuit, but you must find a way to communicate that effectively in a way that people can feel something. And that is the power that you have. And it's the one thing, the only thing that no one can take away from you, that you become so deeply involved and intricate in the details of the work that you do. To forget about data or numbers, but to zero into that one child. Because if you can bring that into perspective, people will feel something. And when they do, it gives all of us something new to believe in. And that is how I've thought about the work that I do. Not the numbers, not the traction, not the social media, not the viral stories. That because I've chosen to stand in the gap and truly see children like Yusuf, we've been able to get the world to see the children for what they can become. So I leave you with this final thought. As a dreamer like me, that you're building a world that can give all of us a sense of belonging, that you're solving a social problem, you're building a technology, that you make sure that your reason in all of the changes, in all of the difficulty that you face, that reason is never lost. Because when you find it, when you become so deeply intimate with it, then you're going to give the world something new to believe in. And it becomes impossible to ignore you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One more time, put your hands together for Tunde Onakoya for that very beautiful, beautiful, and insightful, thought-provoking speech. How many dreamers do we have in the room? How many? I thought after that speech, but you even raised your 2 hands up. How many dreamers do we have in the room? Fantastic, fantastic. And that's a call for us to dream, and it's also a call for us to say that our dreams are valid. And when we put whatever it is we're doing right now, focusing on the individual, focus on the problem we're trying to solve and the solution we're driving, those dreams are achievable. Thank you so much, Tunde, for that very beautiful speech. We'll take the next speed talk before going to the panel session from Dr. Val. Just want to hope that technical is on right now. She on? All right, Dr. Val, can you hear us? Right, maybe while we wait for Dr. Val, maybe we'll do another raffle draw for another person to win.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
20,000 naira. Maybe I'll ask Tunde to do us the honors. Tunde, do you want to pick one? We're doing a raffle draw.
Hello.
Whoever you pick wins. And that's
Hello.
the lottery of life. No, the lottery of our raffle draw.
Hello.
What's number? Yeah. Number 89. You know, these are will keep people. But this, maybe it's still having lunch outside. 89? Are you 89? You know, you have to, I hope it's not 68 you're saying when you turn it upside down. Okay, please check. 89. Dr. Val, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm pulling up my, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank
I'm pulling
you.
up my screen.
Thank you. Thank you. Technicalities of technical.
If you go without taking it.
Dr. Val, can you hear me now?
Can I control my screen? Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Yes, I want to control my screen, please.
Okay, I think you. Okay, we're sharing on your behalf. Do you mind us doing that for you?
Oh, okay. I can actually do it myself if you don't mind. I went into it doesn't matter if you want to. I can tell you to move it to the next if you want to do it yourself.
Right.
For me, that's fine.
So you're good to go then. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So I think we're on the front page. Let me just get out of this, stop sharing here. Okay. Are you using the latest one that I sent?
Yes, we are.
Okay, fantastic. Okay. Yes. So hello everybody, and of course my name is Valo Karubisant. I'm the CEO, General Counsel, founder of AfroCosmo Development Impact LLC Maryland, and also Paul Valdec Foundation. And I'm also a professor, business trade professor. Now, I have a disclaimer that the views expressed here should not be imputed to any of my affiliated institutions. I'm talking as a CEO of AfroCosmo and also as an entrepreneur. And I'm presenting within the framework of my background as a former diplomat, an attorney, US Nigerian attorney, and also a professor, and now an entrepreneur owning 2 businesses. So I also want to thank Kehinde, Amabel, Chukwuemeka, and the whole team for inviting me to this very, very, very important topic and presentation, which is on Africa as the sector maximizing possibilities through technology, finance, and policy. And I have only 10 minutes to talk, so bear with me. It's a speed talk. So now, can you move to the first slide, please? Yeah. Can we expand it? Okay. So basically, the way I see this, based on my substantive and practical experience, the first question really is, how can Africa reframe its negative image and capitalize on its talented and genius youth and females? I added genius because I strongly believe, and I know it's undisputed, that Africa has geniuses, not just talented people and youth. How can Africa reframe its underrated image and remove the negative stereotypes about its level of capacity and ability and ethics? And I think the good news is there's progress. The AU, as of this year, 2025, established the Africa Credit Rating Agency in Mauritius. And what they do is they assess economic and institutional and governance conditions in Africa, and they use a local yardstick. In other words, it's based on local realities on the ground, as opposed to what the DFIs in the global economic space think about Africa. So that helps in a way, because it removes some of the bias and negative perceptions of Africa in giving loans and, of course, debt financing and all that. And why is it vital to maximize innovation possibilities and create wealth in Africa? Well, I don't need to convince everybody that there's going to be a youth bulge, of course. In 2015, Africa's youth comprised 226 million, about 20% of Africa's 1.1 billion people, right? 2019, and as of today, 75% of Africa's population of 1.3 million are below 35 years. And of course, there's a prediction that there's going to be a youth bulge. Of course, there's the Gini coefficient is very wide because of high unemployment rates and all. Meanwhile, Africa has a lot of a vast group or demographic youth that are geniuses, producing a lot of very innovative products, not only in the green tech space, blue tech space, but the whole gamut of it. Okay, so this actually creates an opportunity for governments and public sector, DFIs to jump in, and investors to jump in and support this process. So next slide, please. What are some programs? Can you move to the next slide, please? Some programs that support science and social youth and female innovators. My program does, of course, here we are with Leap Africa Social Innovators Program. They're doing an awesome job with supporting female and youth innovators. Tony Elumelu Foundation, I happen to be a coach and a mentor to SMEs. They're doing a good job. The UNDP, they're doing a good job in this regard in terms of progress. The UN, the AU also is doing a good job. They have what you call the African Union's 1 Million Next Level Initiative. It aims to provide opportunities for 300 million African youth. There's also a hub. I'm sure you've heard about William, the boy who harnessed the wind. He also has a hub and innovation center. It's called William Windmills Program in Malawi. Then move on to the next slide, please. I know I have only 10 minutes, so I'm talking really fast. We could wait for the Q&A if we have time. What is one of the starting points to this? I strongly believe, and I know this is something that I'm sure a lot of people have grappled with, is data. Why is data important? We have to get, there's actually an urgency for data collection and storage of the status and number of African innovators out there. We all know that there's a vast demographic group of African innovators, even in the rural areas. We all kumbaya when we see, we hear about all these little kids, not just the youth, they're not over 18 yet. Some of them are 12, and I'll share that in my conclusion slide. They're innovating, they're producing and inventing a lot of wonderful products. We enjoy what they're doing. We watch it on YouTube. It's not fake news, it's reality on the ground, right? I call them geniuses, not just talented youth. And we need to keep a data of this. And why is it important? Because it will help inform financiers, investors, DFIs who may be interested in supporting the process to jump in and see how they can help. And then the next slide, please. How can we strengthen, this is the meat too of this topic, which is the issue of infrastructure technology. How can we strengthen access to infrastructure technology opportunities? We can actually do that in various ways, but I've raised a number of quick questions. How can AFCFTA member nations strengthen access to financial services, create an enabling environment for technology geniuses and innovators? How can we turn those challenges into opportunities? Now, within that framework, there are problems, right? When we're providing access to funds to, innovators. Why is there a problem? We look at the issue of, high interest rates, sometimes as high as 30%, stifling any possibilities of, moving forward and scaling up for these SMEs. What are definitional challenges? In my work as CEO of my company, my clients, I've seen it in action. The definitional, this is so serious. The definitional challenges actually create a situation whereby because of devaluation of currencies, it reduces the value of collateral for most SMEs that are in Africa, right? Because the definition of SME in the OECD countries and the Western nations are not really the same definition. For instance, in terms of size, if you're an SME that say, I would say micro is 10 to 49 employees, medium size is 50 to 249, and anything above 249 is large. And in Africa, the average, in fact, most SMEs hire less than 10 employees. So it's a different ball game in terms of size, economies of scale, not to mention, like I mentioned earlier, devaluation of currencies and all. So there's a need to have a unified definition, but then if you have a unified definition, there's also a question of how do you deal with devaluation, currency transferability issues, how do you gauge different SMEs based on that standard that's very different in countries. Now, what role can African philanthropists play in, this is really a rhetorical question, in providing access to finance? Of course, they can play a critical role. Why should I don't have any problem with Bill Gates and MacArthur Foundation going in to help innovators and all the, charitable foundations and angel investors in, say, Silicon Valley and in the West, but we have enough wealth in Africa for them to jump in and see how they can support the process in terms of, blended finance, we have grants, we have loans, but we also have, you know, equity investment possibilities for our innovators and what I call geniuses on the ground in Africa. We don't have a capacity problem. We have access to finance problem. Now, what role can, in terms of the policy, regulatory climate and institutional climate, how attractive should that be? How can governments create an enabling environment that supports the process, right? Now we see on the regional level, AFCFTA, they've come in, they've jumped in because the big deal there is IP, because IP actually incentivizes innovation, right? So at the regional level, AFCFTA has a protocol, IP protocol, but it's not yet enforced. The good news is that 54 African member nations have adopted it, but they have not, it's not yet enforced because it needs 22 member states to ratify before it comes into force 30 days after ratification. So, but that's still good news. At the regional level, there are some agreements, but also at the national level, the IP laws, policies in place, but the real challenge which should be overcome is enforcement. But enforcement cannot happen without community outreach and communities being able to know what their rights are. And this is part of what we do at ACDI, is informing communities as to what their rights are within the rubric of, say, AFCFTA or national laws, meaning innovators when I talk about communities here, right? Quickly, let me move to another challenge is unification and harmonization of IP systems within the African continent. That needs to be done. And I think it will be in progress once the IP system within the AFCFTA comes into force. It's a slow and steady process. The last but not the least is the need and urgency to establish what I call the special tech promotion zones. Mauritius has something, of course, most African countries have special economic zones, but I'm saying zeroing in on technology and tapping into those, you know, some of them are economically disadvantaged in villages. Come on now, we can do better than that. We can tap into that. But that's another story. I'm actually working on it now from the advocacy side, how to push. Now, last but not the least, conclusion. If you go to the last slide, please. Now, this is interesting. These are not the only people that are the innovators on the ground. The child, what I call, some of them are children, because Eniola is only 12. Okay, she's African. She's Nigerian American in Connecticut. She just got 11+ million from the Connecticut government sponsoring her for her innovation. So let me say, I want a wise quote here, which is not mine. I stole it from Howard Aikens, who's an American physicist. The value of idea lies in using of it, right? If you don't use an idea, it means nothing, right? So, and these are really I want to commend them. We have a vast majority of, demographic group of youth that are so not just talented alone, but geniuses, beyond talent, right? And so look at, for instance, Eniola, who she's sitting there, I think her it's not very clear, but you can always Google her name. She's a Nigerian who invented air filter, technology, very, very useful, now being used in schools in Connecticut. She's actually willing to come to Nigeria. She says she wants to do that. Now we have on the right here, he's a Sierra Leonean, Kevin Doe. He also is an African inventor. He's only 15, and Yola 12. Look at the here, South African, Zondo. He's a 21-year-old, and he actually used little or no resources to do this. That's what's very interesting, right? He used all of them actually, especially the ones in Africa, because they barely have they have support for this. He used recycled materials to construct cars and robotics, right? And then on the right, we have a 15-year-old Ethiopian who he's in Virginia. He's Ethiopian American, and he invented a soap for curing cancer, a skin soap. So this is very, very critical when you look at this. They're not the only ones. There are many, in the thousands and millions. And it goes back to what I said, starting point is a data collection and storage of this. So I think in conclusion, I would say that Africa has to use and value its innovators. They've done a good job, but there's need for more improvement. And I'm optimistic that the future holds a lot of good stuff for Africa in this sector, in the innovation sector. And with that, I want to stop because I don't want to go beyond my time.
Thank you very much, Professor Val. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really, really insightful, and thanks for joining in and taking out from your busy schedule to join us. One more time, could you please put your hands together for Professor Val? That clap has lost energy. One more time, put your hands together for Professor Val. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We'll just have one more panel session. Very important conversation as we begin to contextualize all the conversation we've been having.
Do you have any questions? Anybody with questions?
I think because of time, we might not be able to take questions now, but I believe folks in the room who may have questions can connect with you. Can they? Maybe on LinkedIn or whereas because of time, the speed talks don't have the question segment.
Okay.
But thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Have
Appreciate it. And thank you for giving us time to even take questions. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Somebody has their hand up. Or is that a clap?
Yeah. So we have another, yes. So we have another speed talk, as a matter of fact, before the panel session. And she's also joining us virtually. Can the technical team just put up the screen where we have the speakers on? We have another speed talk joining us virtually from WDI. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Amy Gillette. Put your hands together for Amy, please.
Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, innovators and dreamers. It's such a pleasure to join you today from Ann Arbor, Michigan, home of the University of Michigan and the William Davidson Institute, my organization. And although I'm thousands of miles away, I can see you and I can feel the energy of this gathering. So thank you so much for welcoming me virtually into the conference. It's really just my deepest pleasure to be here. I always look forward to moments like this. Whenever I connect with young innovators such as yourselves across Africa, I am reminded why I love this work so much. Just feeling the creativity, the passion, the practicality of your ideas is remarkable. And it really does fill me with optimism, just like our previous speaker said. At the William Davidson Institute, where I work, I've spent so many years helping young social entrepreneurs turn ideas into reality. And I have to say this, the innovations emerging now across Africa are some of the most exciting that I've seen anywhere. You're tackling real challenges, access to health, education, clean energy, inclusive finance, and more. You're doing it with fresh thinking, deep dedication, and a strong sense of purpose. Our partnership with Leap Africa is built exactly around that, supporting talented young people like yourselves with skills, mentorship, and confidence that you need to lead in complex environments. Together, we want to make sure your ideas have room to grow and give them the support that they need and deserve. Over the past year, WDI and Leap Africa have deepened their relationship in meaningful ways. We've engaged in joint learning, sharing feedback on research, program assessments, and tools that strengthen both of our organizations' work. We've also expanded our capacity building efforts, co-creating approaches to curriculum and delivery so that our programs reinforce and complement one another. And we're excited about what's next. WDI and Leap Africa are developing a new joint initiative focused on education, youth entrepreneurship, and practical skills for impact. Together, we are co-creating a program that blends WDI's global expertise with Leap Africa's deep local insight. This means not just translating material, but meaningfully adapting it to reflect the regulatory, cultural, and market realities of Nigeria and West Africa. We'll start with a pilot, gather feedback, and refine before scaling, mirroring the very entrepreneurial mindset and process that guides your own work. Start small, learn quickly, and grow with purpose. We're also exploring micro-credentials, such as a WDI LEAP Certified Social Innovator Badge to strengthen recognition for young leaders. And to ensure sustainability, we'll pursue blended financing approaches, including cost-sharing models and corporate sponsorship for promising ventures. And that brings me to today's theme, technology, finance, and policy. These three forces shape so much of what's possible for young entrepreneurs. Technology opens doors to scale. Finance determines how fast ideas can move. And policy can either create opportunity or put up barriers, as we well know. But what I've seen again and again from African entrepreneurs is that you find a way. You're resourceful, you're resilient, you're brilliant. You turn challenges into momentum. And I believe that great things happen when people with purpose decide that challenges are simply the starting point. That spirit is alive in this room. Together with LEAP, we're committed to expanding deeper training pathways, stronger mentorship networks, and more opportunities for young innovators to access global expertise, connections, and resources. To all the young leaders in the room, thank you for your courage, your creativity, and your willingness to build something better for your communities. You give us all tremendous hope for the future. As we leave here today, I encourage you all to see technology, finance, and policy not as barriers, but as powerful tools that you can shape, tools that can amplify your ideas far beyond your community. These are the levers that will move your ideas forward. It's an honor to support your journeys, and I can't wait to see where your ideas take you next. I wish you a successful conference, rich conversations, and the confidence to carry your ideas forward long after today. Thank you, and I'm cheering you on from Ann Arbor.
Thank you very much, Amy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's glad to know many of the collaborations you have. The William Davidson Institute has with Leap Africa and all the great work you're doing in that regard. So thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? All right, fantastic. We'll go into the last panel session for today. And afterwards, we'll just quickly take the words and then we'll call it a day. But this panel session is important, and I'd like you to crave your indulgence for this session and ask you to listen and interact as much as you can. This panel session is on seeds and servers, cultivating sector tech innovation in Africa, and is examining how innovators or investors and policymakers, beg your pardon, can partner to transform sectors through technology. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate this panel, and we're going to have other speakers on the panel as well. We have Oguchi Aguda, founder of HR ISP Partners. We have Henry Ukoa, the lead future studio from Benin Republic. And we have Adeolu, founder, CEOs Consulting Africa. But to moderate this panel, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director of Programs and Partnerships from Leap Africa, Amabel Onwakama. Put your hands together for her, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, I understand what you're going through, Daniel. Good afternoon, everyone. Do we need an energizer? I feel like are we energized? No. Are we energized? Yes. No. Are we energized? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here still at this time. For people that have been here all day, really appreciate just the time you've taken to spend with us on a day like today, which is always very exciting for us at Leap Africa. And I'm very happy to be moderating a panel called Seeds and Servers, Cultivating Sector Tech Innovation in Africa. And basically, we think about technology. I was recently at an event and the person on the panel said he gets a little frustrated because he feels like people don't realize that digital transformation is for him like a life and death issue for the continent. It's that important, it's that serious. And it's the difference between how far where we are right now and how far we can go and how far we can leapfrog as a continent, especially in catching up with the rest of the world. There's a lot that we need to do. There's a lot that we need to know and we need to understand. And I believe that this conversation, which is kind of more like a fireside chat with some great speakers, will help us unpack some of the things around how do you really mainstream technology in your businesses, in your ventures, in the things you do, so that it's not the thing, it's not just an incidental thing that you do because it's trendy, but it's sort of like the lifeblood. It has to be sort of the lifeblood of the work that's being done to really help us scale, to really help us close the gaps that we see. And there's really no other option. We don't have an alternative to say, oh, if you don't use it, then this is what else you can use. You must be leveraging technology. We've reached that age. And how do we really, as a continent, move ourselves forward? Because this is where a lot of the gaps live. There's a major digital divide between Africa and the rest of the world. We know it, we see it. I think someone was quoting a figure about 40% penetration when it comes to internet access. And so you can imagine just how much ground we have to cover. So this conversation is very timely, very necessary, especially as you're thinking about the theme, Africa as the sector. How do we see Africa as a sector if we're so disconnected? If our internet and digital infrastructure is firstly inadequate and not allowing us to do the things that we need to do. So we can talk all we want about the ventures we need to do, the problems we need to solve, but if we're really not thinking and actively leveraging technology effectively, I think we'll probably be talking for a lot longer. So I'm very happy to invite some of my fellow speakers or the panelists that will be joining me. First, let me welcome Oguche Aguda to the stage and thank him so much for being in the room. You are welcome. Good to see you again. I don't know if Henry Ukoha is in the room. Yes, there he is. Please come up. Thank you.
Peace, joy, happiness.
Okay, I wasn't sure what was happening. So we had Adeolu who was supposed to be here in person, but she's not. Unfortunately, you can sit there. You don't want. Okay, you want the. She's not feeling so well, so she will be joining us virtually. So we're still happy that she's agreed to join us, even though she's a bit under the weather, and we're happy that we'll be able to hear from her. But I want to confirm that she is online and can hear us. Can the guys at the back confirm for me?
I'm here, I'm Belle.
Available.
I don't know if you can see me or hear me, but I'm here.
Yes, no. TJ, can you help me check that we have a dealer online? All right, but she said she would join. Yeah, she said she would. Just wanting to be sure that she's there so that we're carrying her along. She's good? Okay. All right. So before we start, I'm just gonna give the floor to and please, can I also have the timer on so that I can see that we're on time? I know we don't have a whole long time to speak, and I want to make sure that I'm respectful of that because people have been here all day. So I want to give an opportunity for the panelists to just introduce themselves, what they do. Welcome, Adeolu. It's good to see you. I hope you're having a little bit of reprieve by now.
Thank you, Amabel. It's great to be here.
Thank you.
And thanks for the flexibility from the team.
No worries at all. We appreciate that you're even available in spite of how you might be feeling. I'm just giving all of you an opportunity to introduce yourself. I'll start with Oguche just to tell us about you, what you do, and perhaps maybe a little short spiel about mainstreaming technology. What are some of the things you're seeing, the gaps, the challenges, maybe the opportunities there that you can just speak to quickly as we go around? Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't know if this is okay, if I can be heard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't get the music played when I came on stage, right? So I'm still a bit miffed about that, but it's okay. It's okay. So my name is Oguche Aguda. and I founded an impact investment and alternative investment advisory firm. Really, it's really just to help pension funds and fund managers to invest more of impact and alternative investment, sort of flowing from the work I did when I was the CEO of the pension fund operators, getting pension funds to invest in the real sector, invest for impact, invest in alternatives, and just making those connections. So that's what I do. With regards to technology and mainstreaming technology, I think one of the key things and conversations we'll get into is that technology should make things simpler. Okay. All right. Technology should make things simpler. It should make things faster. It should make things a bit more seamless. I guess sometimes there's a disconnect with the tech world and the real world where the techies are trying to make things a bit more techy and it's not really meeting those needs. So I think there's a disconnect and I think that's one of the things this panel is looking to address. How can we, get that connection and hopefully we'll get through that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And Henry, I'll come to you. The same questions. Tell us about yourself and just what you're thinking. When you think about mainstreaming technology, what are your own observations and just general thoughts as we kick
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm Henry. I'm Nigerian, by the way, but I'm currently based in Benin, but I could be anywhere within any of the Francophone markets. I've been an entrepreneur and investor for the past 10 years, so building and investing in tech startups. Recently co-founded a fintech startup in Benin that got acquired recently as well. So what I currently do, I run an entrepreneurship hub based in Benin, but we're also present in Togo, Cote d'Ivoire as well. Our primary ambition is to do two things. One is to improve the quality of startups coming out of the Francophone market, because if you look at the amount of funding that comes to Africa, the Francophone markets, they attract very few of that. And secondly is also to open up the market, the opportunities present in the Francophone markets to the Anglophone ecosystem. So we're basically building a bridge that connects the both ecosystems together. And that's what I'm doing. That's what I spend most of my time doing now.
Really interesting. Thank you for being here. And just a point on, we're very excited about the bridging because, we note that disconnect, even at our work at Leap Africa, Anglophone, Francophone, and we think we're one continent. Why is there such a fracture there? So great work there that you're doing. Really appreciate that. Adeolu, I'll come to you just to introduce yourself. Tell us a bit about what you do and just your thoughts around mainstreaming technology, like sector tech innovation and challenges, opportunities, general thoughts.
Yeah, thank you, Amabel, and thank you to the SIPA team. Adeolu Mizer. I'll start with who I am. I'm an Afro-optimist. And because of that, I founded a strategy and management consulting firm a couple of years ago called Zaire Consulting Africa. And we're working with SMEs across Africa, purpose-driven SMEs across Africa to build what we call African excellence. And on the technology piece, I maybe will be bringing a bit of a contrary view. I appreciate technology. I'm using technology right now to attend this event and be part of you. But I do fear that we have across the continent a bit of too siloed a focus on tech. And that the gap that I see is not so much on the tech side, but really on the strategy and governance side. And why do I say this? Because in order to scale, I mean, there was a quote that someone mentioned recently where they said there are tons of businesses in Africa and not enough business. And that's because we have great ideas, great entrepreneurs, innovative folks, really creative, but we're not able to scale this beyond most of our ideas, beyond our local markets, beyond the African borders, and actually be able to compete on the global scale, on the global stage with our counterparts from Asia, from Europe, from the Americas. So what I see that we need to do is really prioritize strategy. I mean, innovation is great, but without the strategy, without the right strategies, without the right foundations, without the right structures and governance and transparency in place, those innovations really take us nowhere. So that's the view that I'm bringing today.
Thank you so much, Adeolu. So I'm just thinking about just different angles you all bring, and very interesting. So I think Oguchi, and really there's sort of you're trying to solve a problem about capital flows, especially leveraging pension funds. And that's been talked about a lot, and how, we can get fund managers to encourage pension fund holders really to release the capital that allows us to invest in impact. And I really like what you're doing, Henry, with just bridging the gap that you see with the ecosystems, because of course a fragmented ecosystem can't have amplified impact. But I'm coming back to you, Adeolu, because there's this quote that says, begin with the end in mind. And that's how I think about strategy and even governance. So when you think about strategy, governance, the gaps that you see, what are some things that you are able to do or have been doing that is solving for that, like actively, if you have maybe specific things that we can start to maybe model in different areas and spheres of influence? So what are some of those things that you are seeing on the ground that you're solving for?
Yeah, so let me start with strategy. And actually, as part of the advisory that we give our clients, we start with our scale framework. And so that's something, I won't go into it for the sake of time, but basically it steps a business through how they can really become sustainable and grow sustainably. So starting from strategy, going to people, leadership, corporate governance, and impact, and really stepping in a very systematic way through the scale framework, but also into the scale framework. So looking at strategy and how do you actually translate your vision into a strategy? How do you communicate that strategy? How do you action that strategy? Because strategy is nothing without execution. So how do you actually step through an execution plan? And then how do you actually build the capacity to within your people and within your own leadership skills to drive that strategy? How do you create transparency around that strategy so that you can build the right partnerships? Because we can do nothing in Africa without collaboration, or actually across the world, but particularly with the challenges we face here on the continent, without collaboration. And some of the key collaborations are with corporates who have already gone before us. And what do corporates expect? They expect strong governance, they expect strong structures, etc. And the sooner you can start as a startup. So you shouldn't say that, oh, I've only been around for less than a year. It's too soon for me to put these structures in place. You really have to start from day one. Money follows trust. We do need money to build businesses, but businesses cannot be built on money alone. I'll pause there.
Let us speak.
So it seems I might have been lost. I think the folks in the room, in the virtual room, could hear me, but maybe not from the conference room.
Hello, Adeolu, can you hear us?
I can hear you from very far away.
Oh, so you got, from our own end, the screen went blank, so we missed out on the wonderful things you were saying. So I'm gonna have to ask you to take it again. Hopefully you can hear me as I speak, and you can just respond to the question, which was just around. Can you hear me? Just to confirm.
Yes, I'm hearing you from very far away, but I don't want to take the other speaker's time, so I'll just flip quickly through what I had mentioned. So I was talking about taking our companies and our clients through the scale framework, starting with strategy, moving to people and leadership, corporate governance, and impact, and how you really need the full spectrum to really build sustainability in Africa. I think I'll just pause there so that we can sort out the technical issues.
Thank you, Adeolu. I think are we good? All right. All right. We did get you mentioned, you touched on the scale framework, although you didn't spell it out, so we don't know what the scale stands for. Maybe you'll share that the next time we come back to you. But I was just coming to Oguchi, just asking around, as you think about the work that you do, what are some of those tech gaps in how you're doing your work and how you can be doing if you are leveraging technology as optimally as you would want to. And what do you even see with other fund managers that you might be supporting and working with, and what are things that they are not doing or they might need to be doing more in terms of really leveraging tech to drive their outcomes?
Yeah, so I guess maybe first what I'll say is for the fund management industry, whether it's pension or whether it's traditional fund managers and tech, there seems to be a disconnect, especially in Africa. Number one, they don't understand it as much. So from a funding perspective, we don't see many. Most of that comes from abroad. So I guess there's a disconnect. And I'll say maybe that disconnect is also has to do with generational, right? Most of the fund managers, the fund management industry is, traditional, right? And the people who just disconnect. And I think we need to bridge that. So we're going to be seeing perhaps some of the fund managers who are from the generation becoming, maybe CIOs becoming heads of investments, and that will help, them to begin to look at, so that's one area. But just in terms of tech in doing the work, so in Africa, the fund management industry has not leveraged tech as much as they should. So in other markets, we are seeing AI in terms of even helping to pick stocks, helping to pick winners. That's not caught up yet as much. So I think, these two industries, there has to be a connect somewhere, right? Even though, yes, we're using tech for maybe trading and some of the platforms we are using, but not as much, not as much. So I think there's a disconnect, and technology can help a bit more. But some of the things that we're hoping is that, number one, those on the tech side need to understand this industry more. In the fund management industry, need to engage more with tech industry. So I think that connection and collaboration is not as strong as it should be. Hopefully it gets there, and the two industries can see the benefits.
That's very interesting, especially since you talk about the fact that you find that investments from local fund managers into tech is less than what you'll find with people from the West and the global north. So they see the potential and the opportunity, which for some reason is almost like would you say it is some sort of paranoia about getting into tech? What is tech? I don't know. Or is it just the gap in literacy, like tech literacy? So I'm coming to you, Henry, because you're already working on bridging gaps internally within like infra-Africa or intra-Africa. And so I'm wondering around how you even are doing that. Like, what are some of the things that you are working on that is working in terms of how, firstly, you're connecting that gap, bridging the gap, but even how you're also getting people to be intimate with tech, I would say, in the work that they do, because there is a fear I see, and you're saying a lot actually, and we'll unpack that more. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he rightly said something I think is very key: generational gap. That's one major factor there. So I'll just stop at that. And in terms of what we do, I think I'll just paint these two scenarios. First, I'm decided to be interested in the Francophone market because of an observation I made sometime between 2021 and 2022. I noticed I was still active in the VC space at the time. At the time as well, there was the currency devaluation that happened right about that time. And then you had Nigerian startups raising USD and, having to report in USD terms, but they are earning in Naira, obviously. So everyone was forced to look for new markets to earn FX and all that. And the trend was they skipped the very close Francophone nations, and I was interested as why this is happening, right? And one of the major problems was just language barrier. They thought the market was very small, but I tell people the Francophone market is more like the Eurozone, like you have it, one currency, similar cultures, one regulation works for pretty much across, and it makes it quite an interesting market. When you look at all these smaller Francophone markets all together, I mean, almost 200 million, and this gives you like the market size of Nigeria. So it's something substantial, right? And one of the things we decided to do was to also, create a sandbox. So what do I mean by that? I come from the startup world, okay? One of the things that it's symbolic of how startups move is they move fast, okay? So we thought, okay, how can we create an environment that allows for technology startups, maybe based in Nigeria, Ghana, looking to explore new markets like this? How can we create an environment that allows them to come within 6 months, you test to see if your product could really fit into the reality of the market? And what we've done, and this is why Benin is very interesting, there's a lot of factors at play that make it a pilot market, a good pilot market. Okay, exactly. So there's a lot of government support, a lot of investment already being done. But what is lacking now, it's the quality solutions to really take advantage of the opportunities there. And this is why we've created this environment that will allow technology companies, looking for access to the market to come in within 6 months. We help you fine tune your products. So we focus more on product market fit. And a lot of the program, a huge part of the program we have in place is also get towards investment readiness. So product market fit, because this is one of the major, let me say, metrics that early stage investors look at when they're considering early stage investments. So we focus on that, make sure that the product aligns with the local realities. And then once you test it in a smaller market like Benin, we take you up to bigger markets like Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, and the likes.
Wow, well done. It's really impressive, honestly. I was speaking to someone, I think it was from AVPA, and I was saying, there's an opportunity for you to start to help bridge that francophone anglophone gap, and so maybe you guys could actually be talking to see, because
Definitely.
then when they're doing, most of them, it's not so there's a lot to be done there. Adele, can you hear? I would like to come to you. So thinking about your work on strategy and thinking about the disconnect that has been spoken around, by our other panelists, and what do you see as, perhaps maybe the opportunity areas? Because yes, we know the problems are ubiquitous across the continent, but what are some of the opportunity areas that you're seeing, and that kind of gives you that hope? As we wind down, we have about 10 minutes, but just want to start to talk around solutions and opportunities there. Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you for that, Amabella. I'm an Afro optimist for a reason. So it's all about solutions, not the problems. People ask me why did I come back after all my time in the U.S. and Europe? Because I see the potential that we have in Africa. And the question is, how do we turn? And the question we keep getting asked is, how do we turn that potential into actual reality? And I'm a big proponent of collaboration. There are big companies who are already ahead of the game and have gone through, big African companies who have gone through the journey. They dealt with regulation, they've dealt with infrastructure, etc. But they are being faced with the same modern world that we're all living in. And so partnerships and collaboration between legacy companies and startups and scale-ups, I do think are really the future. Rather than the smaller companies facing another 50, 100 years of trying to build up to those large multinationals, or the large multinationals facing the same things that Kodak or Blockbuster, et cetera, faced. The partnership will be the key solution for us to really be able to leap forward. So the startups building on the knowledge that the corporates bring, and the corporates building on the innovation and energy that the startups bring.
There's a common thread that I'm sort of sharing with all three of you, which is, and you're saying it in different ways, but at the core of it is really collaboration and just bridging those gaps, whether it is doing it by informing, like letting people know and get involved, or like if you're trying to bridge your generational collaboration across generations, you're trying to collaborate across like size, which is like the big corporates and the more nimble, smaller SMEs, and how we can share information, because there's a lot to learn from both ends. And recently I saw this competition called, I hope she can still hear us. And it was called Ecosystem Master. And the people were talking about, if we want to pitch an idea about ways that we can rethink how we come together as an ecosystem. And I put in this crazy pitch called Boost.ai. I just wanted to come up with something. But for me, it was really interesting because it was how do you rethink how we are partnering across different strata, different geographies, across different sectors, and how do you start to unify that? And a big premise of that was more scientific views in the sector. That say, okay, this slide is a
Yeah, I think it's the opportunity to reach more people, having more savers, for the benefits, very informal sector. Opportunity to invest, in markets or areas where it's provided for.
Using tech, using big data. So opportunity to I don't need to go through a whole lot of data, and it's you using the
more areas we have invested in before.
So using WhatsApp, it has to be a magical, a new something new, but you just use it. We are seeing that ready and getting something new. So if we just adding a plug on that will help. So I think for the tech enthusiasts in the room is just adding add-ons as opposed to even getting with what is comfortable with. If they're using those platforms to add on, I think that's a sweet spot.
But what's already in our hands is that instead of just coming up with this spectacular thing that nobody wants, the people are really slow. The engine of innovation is slower. So I come similar questions around just what's making you optimistic about the tech sector or even mainstreaming it across different sectors in Africa.
I'll be biased, and this is my phone market. Say the way looks like for saturated already. Okay, are you to get the cities of the I think you're very unique. Like this is something that is missing in the ecosystem where I am, right? I think there's a lot of so I put back in Benin that the francophone market is of now. If you look at the kind of returns that early angel unicorn companies in Israel. They're literally building for the entire world. So something like this is also what we think we can be able to do because you have some things like a strong technical foundation. Back in Benin, for example, lots of tech talents like you have Andela here and all that. We have that very predominantly there. So what is left is to take that technical advantage and then combine it with a strong business mindset. You make magic. So one of the things we're looking to facilitate is bringing Nigerian founders that understands business, you know, team them up with technical founders. They make magic. That's what I did when I was there.
From Africa to the world, not just from Benin. But I like that I just be consumers of technology, but architects of technology, really. And so I'm just going to do final thoughts. I'll start with Adeolu. Just your final thoughts. What's one call to action or thing that you're leaving with the audience with that you want them to, if there's anything they want them to take home away from this, what is that one thing? I hope she's still there.
Yeah, I'm here. So first of all, I'd like to say that I love what both Henry and Obuche.
Just final thoughts. What's the burning thing in your mind that the audience needs to know, take away?
Yeah, I think it's just reaching out the aisle and trying to see things from the other side of the divide. Very important for the world we live in. Just like you sort of alluded to, all of us have spoken about collaboration. In the world we live in now, it's not about one superstar, one large company. No matter how large or good you are, you do need each other. So just from a business point of view, in everything you do, just reaching out and realizing that you do need the next person, and everything doesn't reside with you. Yeah, so that's one key point.
Yeah.
So since we have social innovators in the room, there's a lot of money available, but I think a lady in one of the breakouts grant money as a cut to think about our business money in such a way that it can help us to attract more different types of capital that can help us go even further. Letting not just end at the local level, small level, small scale level, and that can attract venture capital investors to even help you supercharge your growth.
So I'm understanding. So basically, be open to different types of capital, different types of investment. Put yourself out there, collaborate, reach out outside of the aisle. Adil, final thoughts from you. Just what is the burning thing that you would like the audience to take away from this session?
Well, I'll try again. I wanted to say that I really love what both Henry and Obuche are building. Henry from the Francophone part of the world, which I do agree doesn't enough focus. And Oguchi focusing on the pension funds, which I do think I agree with him that are underleveraged on the continent, as opposed to how pension funds are leveraged in the West. The final thought I would like to leave with folks is that building on the collaboration points we had mentioned before, corporates and startups need to do more work together, but established corporates won't work with companies they don't trust, and money follows trust. So what do we need to do to build trust within the startup ecosystem, within the tech ecosystem? It's really around having established strategies and clear governance structures. So that's where we need to start as a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And just honestly, really interesting, very, very fascinating things that you guys are doing, and all very, very important and relevant. And somebody said earlier that collaboration is a new type of innovation on the continent. It's a kind of a fuel of innovation, really. I think the enabler, like you said, and what will really provide that multiplier effect is tech, is leveraging tech. But something that Adele said that I do have to emphasize is the trust. There's a major distrust with technology a lot of times. And you hear all sorts of dystopian things around it, and people are more afraid than ever. So how do we start to build like that trust? I think that's one thing I would say to the audience, which is how do we start to become more comfortable and start to trust more based on our understanding? So you have to keep learning, understanding it, because the rate of progress of technology right now is like at the speed of thoughts. So yeah, thank you so much all for your attention, your time. Thank you so much, Adelu. Thank you, Henry. Thank you, Oguche. It's such a pleasure to speak to you. A round of applause for my amazing panelists. Really waiting today. All right, so hand over to you, Daniel. Should we stand up for a picture first? Okay. I can hand over the mic. Oh, she's done. Adele, are you gonna come on the screen so we can kind of capture you if possible?
Adele, we're just asking if you want to pop up in the photograph as well, so you can just put on your camera. But can you put it instead of all up one more time? Take it very quick, bro. No, she's not. She's not. I think she's logged up, but we just have the picture. Okay, there you are. There you go. Can you go to the picture in this picture? Yeah. Possible. The technicality of the picture. Hey, don't do it. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, Julie. Your first virtual photography was what now? Picture. Amazing. We're gonna set up Farmer Bell and the panelists. Please thank you for that very inside conversation. Please, as like I always say, do to meet them afterwards if you want to. And now, if you have any questions, I know we can take questions for this panel because time is fast spent. But please, if you have any question around that conversation, do not forget to meet them. Seeds and servers, cultivating sector tech innovation in Africa, and how investors and policymakers can partner to transform sector through technology. Right about now, we have very quickly, while we're taking a words presentation, and a words presentation, but Todd just reminded me that I have 2 raffle tickets or raffle gifts that I have not given out yet. So we have one to the spa massage at Oriki, and we have another one. What's the other one again? And another one is lunch, free lunch at where is it called? And in right here, this hotel at 4 Points. I'll just speak. Let's see. 055 in the room. 055 in the room. Check. Going, gone. 112. So I shouldn't just take this gift. I need a massage. I've had a long week, right? I've had a long week. Should I take it? 112. Check out next number. 031. 031. No. Okay, let me ask a question and give the ticket to the next person. Who can tell me one thing they got from the last session? One thing, one insight they got from the previous session, from this financial session. Thank you. It's gonna take my spa.
So I believe it's the inclusion of private equity or the inclusion of pension fund managers when it comes to invest in asset class such as startups.
Amabel, should we? Okay, 7%. All right, so you want yourself lunch? Which one do you want? Lunch. Okay, take the lunch. Let me ask another person. Another person will take the lunch. Oh, sorry, you want the lunch. Who wants to spar massage on Ricky? Who wants to tell me one thing you got from that previous session? A lady this time, maybe. A lady. All the men have been winning all their words. Ladies, what's going on? Lady, want to try? Are you leaving? Lady, want to try? Okay, I think we'll keep that for later. All right. We have so before going to the awards presentation, we have 2 awards presentation. One is the Social Impact Award, and one is the Outstanding Innovator Awards. Remember, we're here for the Social Innovators Program and Awards. So we'll have 2 awards to give out. And while we get the awards ready, we have a presentation from saxophonist who's going to serenade us with some cool music. Just give him a sign. Good. Toy, are we good? All right, so while we get the awards ready, can I have the saxophone stop, please? Thank you. Get the awards on stage. Let's go.
outstanding maturity on existing protocol. So for our social impact award, we reviewed quite a number of nominations and entries. To put it in perspective, we had well over 20-something nominations across Nigeria and well, 4 or 5 African countries. And this was reviewed by our partners in-house. And just to mention that we have 3, what I call them, top place, not taking anything away from all the other organizations that are doing fantastic work across Nigeria and across Africa as well. And in note, for this one, it has to be in particular order in that sense. So the first would be Penopole Foundation, coming in 3rd place. Amazing to learn that Penopole Foundation is focused on education for underprivileged young persons across Lagos and a few West African states. The second platform. How are we thinking about tech for good governance and civic engagement? Election year is just around the corner as well. So they use technology to make Nigeria's law-making process transparent, accessible, and participatory. And it allows citizens, journalists, and researchers, policymakers to track bills and motions along those lines. So, unavoidably, they had a representative that was supposed to be here, but they are called to say that they will not be able to make it. So that means that they won't be giving me abstention. So thank you very much. I think we'll move to the next award. Yeah. But I'll just hand over to Executive Director Kenny.
You're me. I want you to love me. You're me, baby. You're me, you're. Kilo de. I know they call me. Kilo de, baby. Kilo de, you're.
Thank you so much, DJ. So not to take away the delight and the joy of the fact that this award has to be given, we're going to call on our board chair in the person of Mrs. Claire Mache. I'm going to pronounce it like a proper Shakiri boy. Then I'm not, just like Rose in the Ulster Street. So she will be presenting the award together with one of our worthy partners, and that will be the Innocent Chukuma Foundation. It will be presented by Mrs. Josephine Chukuma as well. So both will be presenting to the team who will be receiving on the behalf of Legis 360 and Samuel Photoshop. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Thank you. Let me see. You can take it. Yeah, take on the behalf. Thank you. Go ahead. I'll send it. Yeah. So, for the sake of the avoidance of doubt, the award is presented to Samuel Folosho of Paragon, Nigeria, with the project name Legis 360. They are at the forefront of utilizing AI to push legislation, lawmaking, and build in Nigeria. Over to you. Thank you very much. Please get up with them again. If your hands are not too easy.
Hey. Yeah. Now which kind life where I never see.
Thank you very much, DJ. Okay. Now we're going to need the second award, which is our Social Impact Award. And this award is presented to organizations who are doing amazing work across the continent, pushing the boundaries on social innovation and social impact, not just within their space, but supporting other enterprises, innovators to do the work and support them as ecosystem partners. Just to mention that we have well over 60 nominations and entries for this, and after careful review by our judges, we had 5 organizations who emerged as top winners. Not to mention that the others were winners in their rights. But for the 5 of them, we have Freedom Hive Uganda. Let's get up for them, all the way from East Africa. And we also have Vet Connect Limited. Vet Connect Limited support in agriculture, but related to animal agriculture. And another friend of the house, Natal Cares. Natal Cares works in the Southeast, supporting female health and young children as well in health. And lastly would be Goa Sterling Companies in northern Nigeria as well, providing education and integration with entrepreneurship. But the winner for this year's Social Impact Award goes to, drum roll. Another drum roll, please. The winner is Craft Planet Limited. Craft Planet Limited. And the founder is Abdulatif. I'm going to murder your name now, please. Olau Sebikon.
Hey. Yeah. Now which kind life where I never see. I carry God so I cannot.
So the name of the organization was actually swapped. So it's the founder is Abdulatif Olawosebikon, and name of the organization is Nafams Limited. So Nafams Limited, the founder is Abdulatif Olawosebikon. Just to mention that Nafams Limited is an agri-tech company promoting food security, leveraging solar power technology. So the fusion of technology with agriculture, agri-tech, and promoting food security. Congratulations to our winners, Now Farms Limited, founder Abdulatif Olawosebikon. So receiving on behalf, thank you very much. Let's get up for them again.
Inside life, brother, to make I live my life. Dreams come true, if not by the fight, make you no go tired. They go, fight, they go. We need to put your body and soul. If your body is wrong, I don't stop now. Living life in my fire, burning bright. Within the inside me. Molly waiting, mighty, the love and low I fire. Will be move my check and balance. Everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. The kilo, I love for friendly and contact. I'm allergic to so to
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to give this award. Just to mention that this is the first time that we're giving an award in the 12 years of our Social Innovators Program and Award series to our ecosystem partners. In other years, we will give awards to the Innocent Chukuma Award for Social Enterprise and Social Entrepreneurship in the Southeast, and also the Shibikaseth Award for Financial Accountability in Africa as well. But for this year, because we needed to actually provide very, very detailed awards to the awardees, we are having our partners, long-standing, big supporters of CPA from inception. I just want to do the honors of welcoming to present awards to the deserving awards that we're giving. The wife of an amazing colossus, I'd like to say, the late Innocent Chukuma, ably represented by Mrs. Josie Chukuma.
Thank you very much, Chukwuemeka. Thank you. Chukwuemeka actually is my late husband's namesake because his name was Innocent Chukwuemeka Chukuma. Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, good afternoon. Leave Africa, people are hungry. I can see that. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to stand here. My name is Josephine Chukuma, and I'm the widow of Innocent Chukwuemeka Chukuma. A man I was privileged to be married to for 23 years, and I shared him with the world. And unfortunately, we lost him in 2021. But standing here today is not about sad memories. It's about celebrating a life well spent, an impactful life. And we've been here today all talking about impact. Sitting here, seeing all those young men and women walk up here reminded me of Innocent and I in 1997, 1998, when we started as young social entrepreneurs also. We were both 30 years old. So I'm so happy seeing each and every one of you here. You are all making impact. You don't need to, even if you didn't win an award today, what Tunde said about dreams, you know, about dreams. Don't let your dream die. Just keep moving, and then it will go on. I'd like to appreciate Leap Africa because when Innocent passed in 2021, immediately Leap Africa reached out to me and said to me they would like to institute an award category in his name, in his honor. And they wanted this to be an award focusing on the Southeast, possibly because he was from the Southeast, from Imo State. And the name of the award is Innocent Chukuma Award for Youth and Gender Empowerment in the Southeast. This is the first year that the award is not taking place. And it's because we actually, Leap Award goes to someone, a young entrepreneur who is really doing good work. So it's going to come up next year, unfailingly. But be that as it may, this year, ISEF, that's the Innocent Chukwuemeka Chukuma Empowerment Foundation, the family foundation my children and I started in memory of our loved one, our husband and father. In 2022, we came out with his biography. This biography is meant to inspire every young person. Every young person. Your circumstances of birth should not define you. Should not define you. And sitting here listening to Tunde this afternoon gave me so much joy. Because with the, what's the name of the young man, please, again, Tunde? With Yusuf and Jaden, you don't know where life will take them. You don't know. You really don't know. Because Innocence came from a very humble home. Born during the Civil War. It was not easy for him. It was not easy for his family. But they got to find him. No. And that's why the title of the book is Against All Odds. Because against all odds, Innocent made it in life. Against all odds, Innocent left his foot in the sands of time. Against all odds, Innocent made impact in the short 55 years he had on earth. You can be another innocent. We want several innocent Chukwuemeka Chukwuma. And so to the winners of today, Leap Africa, thank you very much for getting copies of this publication along with a mug and a tote bag to give to all the winners. You are all innocent Chukwuemeka Chukwuma from the making. Thank you very much.
Compare? What to you? Thank you so much, ma.
Amazing. Put your hands together one more time for Mrs. Chukma. Very, very. Thank you also, Leap Africa, for the gesture and for giving the winners that couple of book. And I don't know if there's any process if guests want to get the book, but you can just reach out to, yeah.
Yeah, Leap Africa got this ones for the winners, but we have it's onboarded on Robin Heights, so you can get copies from Robin Heights. It's about being on Amazon soon, but also you can get it from ISEM office at Ojoju Bega, Innocent Chukwuma House. So you can, and if you get once you get to Leap Africa, you get us. All right, and you can Google and search for ISEM, Innocent Chukwuemeka Chukwuma Empowerment Foundation online, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we'll have come to the end of this event. Are you excited? Are you excited? Is your excitement the excitement that you've learned insights? Well, yes. This was very insightful, even for me, learning from some of the panels and the speed talks. At this time, we'll have the vote of thanks. So just to let you know how the closing proceedings will go. Lead staff will be handing over to you tickets for your lunch. For speakers and our special guests, please would like you to have your lunch at the restaurant just down the hall, and there will be staff and colleagues to show you. And for the rest of the audience, we have one just outside, but we're doing it table by table. Please, I'd like you to listen to the officers and the lead staff and colleagues who would be moderating that session. Ladies and gentlemen, to close out this very fantastic, wonderful conference that we've had, talking about Africa as the sector, maximizing possibilities through key three pillars: technology, finance, and policy. Please let's welcome Omokende Ayeni as its director of
Thank you, Daniel. Every time I hear today, I assume I'm in trouble. But I don't think I'm in trouble today. So I think you've called it out of fondness. If you're still in the room, thank you very much for hanging with us. We know what it means for you to be here on a Tuesday and to have spent the morning, afternoon, and even dovetailing into the evening with us. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you all for being here. I also want to thank our boss chair. Again, I started my welcome and opening recognizing her for being in the room in spite of all the meetings she had to take while she was here with us. She stuck it out. And thank you so much, Mrs. Omashe. We are very, very grateful. She's here standing in on behalf of the entire board of Leap Africa, who unfortunately cannot really be in the room, but she's one that represents 100, I can tell you that. So thank you again. To our panel and speakers, moderators, facilitators, and even our co-head, Daniel, I think that this was one of the most excellent convening that we've had in a very, very, very long time. A round of applause to all our speakers, panel, everyone here came in with their A game. It's been 2 years since we had a dedicated platform like this. As Daniel noted when we started, for the day that is, we've been to other states, and the idea for the CIPA really is for us to be able to move from state to state and meeting those who are indigenous in that state, who are working, that we probably cannot see in Lagos. We've said over and over again today that Lagos is not Nigeria, but Nigeria really looks like what the other parts of the country really represent. And so we've been to all the states, Abuja, Akwa Ibom, Enugu, and we went back to Abuja again. But we're back to Lagos after 2 years in our own city, in our own base. And so far, it's been overwhelming for us to say that we will be back here in Lagos, maybe, or maybe not. It could be another country, but never know. But this is the vision behind the platform that we have. We also want to thank you for agreeing with our speakers. Many of the perspectives that they shared, they have provoked us to think differently, to ask questions, to query the data, to measure what we have, to really dream. I think that's one thing that many people walk away with today's session, dreaming and dreaming big and dreaming wide. But beyond that is when we started policy, let's not forget that we started asking questions about not capacity, but what the role of policy can really do to really advance our cause. I'm not trying to stand in between you and your lunch. I'm just saying that we should not forget the commitment we started with this morning. We started with 3 commitments, and we have a board outside. If you haven't taken the time to write down your commitments that we will push you to achieve, please do that before you leave today.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen. The thing we got to create set up for Kendi, so I won't say it more Kendi now. Kendi, and create set up one more time. I would just want to welcome all the staff and the team members of Leap Africa in the room. Just come out, let us. I appreciate them for putting this conference and this award ceremony together. Can you create set for them as they come out? Penny would like to everyone of the teams come out for a very quick group photograph. Let's put it out together for them. Many of them outside in the bookstore, in the registration stand, at the media. But let's put it out together for them. I used to be staff of Leap Africa. I worked in Leap for 4 years in 2015. I attended school to work. It was a conference on employability skills, and from there my career just shot up a little. I'm still a staff of Leap. I still call it we. I'm still a leaper. So let's branch out for all the leapers. I'll continue the events. They're going now. All right. Fantastic. It was grown in staff and in impact as well. Thank you very much for all the work that you do. And if you want to learn more about Leap Africa, do not just do only SIPA. Okay, we're going to do layers, 2 layers, right? Maybe taller people is down and some people behind. You know what? Just take it. All right, let's come for the bit. Yeah. Tall people on the stage, taller people down. Let me use inclusive language. Okay? If you're like me, you could stand anywhere. All right, thank you. We're going to spell leap, and the audience should spell leap together. Everybody give me leadership. No, sorry. Yes, leadership. Accountability. I wanted to check your paying attention. Everybody say leadership, effectiveness, accountability, professionalism. Give me the word. You're supposed to say Leap Africa. Leap. Hey. Beautiful. Leap Africa. Who are we? You don't remember that? We are leaders, and what are we called to do to change the world? Who are we? And what are we called to do? Come on, clap for them now.
Tell me where you did. Life is
Right, thank you. Hold on, music, come on back to music, let's go.
Cause I meet you every day.
And guest, please.
Call me any day. I'll be on my way.
I think our speaker can guess the restaurant, please. And the rest of the ushers will come to your ticket.
Too much, I love you, we pastor. Every guy, Jennifer.
Guests, just exit through this door. And our special guest in the room, To's going to hand over your tickets to you now. But thank you very much for coming to this very fantastic conference. We hope you've had fun. We hope you learned. We hope you've networked. We hope you had a good time. Please remain seated. Our ushers will give you your tickets to get your lunches right about outside. But thank you very much for coming and looking forward to seeing you in the next SIPA. You also need your feedback. There's a QR code on the screen. Please just take a picture of it or scan the QR code and give us your feedback. Maybe special guests, anonymous feedback, please. So please feel free. I cannot see you scanning it. Please, we'd like to get your feedback on how the conference went. Your feedback is important to us so that we can improve our engagement going forward. Thank you very much.
Last Saturday, I go meet you. What's that? Tell me where you did. Last Saturday, I go meet you there. Cause I meet you every day. Call me any day. I'll be on my way. I'm one call away. From my daddy, keep my action. Too much. I know my funny get and you run on every pastor. Girl, I want some. Say now you want the sanction. Yeah, I'm all yaka for my catalog. When I only you, I want my sure. Girl, I'm not here to the confused. Girl, I'm only here to the convinced. But I love and I need and I need you. Me, I love your body and your planet. Follow me, immediately. You give me my energy. I never love you finish. Oh. Let me get to but I mean, my feelings and I just love you. Tell me where you did. Last Saturday, I told you today. Call me any day. I'll be on my way. Don't fall away. Too much I love you. And I want some. Now you want it. Sunshine.
That big you know they too like dog. Animals they in human form. Animal nobody like dog. But you must hustle if you want to. You know finish they won't fight for us. If them get on them don't fit that job. I know they form say I too like us. Cause they form say you too like us. Time for the come on my that's like but it's not gonna make my dog be wrong.
Now which kind life where I never see? I carry God so I fear nothing. The increase in the command. Origin I know be part of. But then the wind I did I don't stop now. In the life, fire burning bright. Remove my back. Everything inside my mind. You can't fool me. Not ready for conclusion. Stability, everything my life, so make I live my life. Dreams come true. If your words leave it out, burning bright. I can remove everything inside my mind daily. Trust me, you can't fool me. The hero I love, for friendly and contract. But everything so not everything. Wow. Every low. People suffer. They pray for mercy. They do well like a woman. For mercy. Fatally.